Hiya, sorry for that. It's not 3 a.m. for me, Revan. It's 9:30 p.m. So I'm gonna. Yep, technical problems in stream. Another iconic duel. So, how are you guys doing? Ah, poor Reagan days. What do you mean Ronald Reagan on the other side? I don't know. Not sure what you're talking about there. Anyway, excuse me if I do sound a little bit agitated. A lot of stuff went wrong for me today. But hey. Wait, really? Why would the name drop Ronald Reagan in an OST for all of, out of all people? Thinking of which backlog to build next. What do you have on offer, Arcop? Oh yeah, and by the way, one of the major issues I had today was this. Like, this is an acrylic based clear UV paint, which I was gonna use for my Destiny Gundam Spec 2 custom paint job. If you know why, you know why. Please don't spoil it for the others who haven't seen the movie. But it didn't work well for me. I don't know what went wrong with it, but I think it's because like what happened was when I was spraying the pieces that I want that paint on, it isn't an even coat. It's as what, like, no matter how thick I made the paint, it's still gathered in different corners. So yeah, that worked out really well for me. Yeah, it's acrylic. It's acrylic. But one thing that I thought I didn't do well is that I didn't prime my parts before applying the acrylic. Because this is the first time this is really the first time I've used acrylic in gunpla buildings, so everything is a bit fresh for me in that regard. So I'm not really sure what went wrong there. But if in fact I have to if in fact I have to use like normal UV paints to get that opaque glowing joints for my Destiny Gundam Spec 2, so be it. Like the reason I went for this clear version, and I also have another bottle of it, of purple versions for this kit precisely, is because the parts can look normal under like, well, normal light, and look and actually have that UV glow under UV light. So basically you get the best of both worlds, or something like that. You get both versions essentially, which it's 132 part that makes the meme. I don't get what that. I don't get it. Everyone's good. Preparing myself before work. Good, Revan. Good evening, Nelson. Ronald, we're gonna decide. Thunderbolt Gumson. Just check the comment section for full context. Hope we get an anchor Gundam in the future. Yep, absolutely. So I apologize for not actually being here, because I was giving my special touches to the sticker sheet, because the Ghost Gundam is completely coated, so paints and stuff will not play well with coating. And if you mess up painting coated parts, you're screwed. So I'm gonna grab myself a bottle of water and I'll be right back. Right, I'm back. And the chat plugin is not working. Great. Let's just use the Streamlabs one, I don't care. Is there any gunpla you brought to the UK, or you leave them behind in HK? Like a lot of the kits that I reviewed recently, I bought them from the UK. They do not necessarily come from the UK. Like last December I was introduced to Surugaya, and I got a lot of the rare stuff there. In fact, I have a shipment coming, which is going to be coming within the week. So there's more stuff there for me to review, and because I was spending all day painting today, why is chat not working? And because I was spending all day painting today, okay, there we go, it's back. Disable that. I spent all day painting today. I didn't get a single video done. Sad. But yeah, that store got free shipping every other week. That's precisely why. And they have a lot of rare stuff as well. So that's why I basically completed like a few of my collections using Surugaya, and it's precisely the reason why I went out of pocket this week. So that's fun. And I just gotta make sure my hands are dry for this, because I don't want to rub off the coating. I didn't have time to fetch some surgical gloves for this But hey, it is what it is, I guess. The free shipping broke my wallet. No, I haven't paid a local store for Warhammer supplies. I'm not into Warhammer that much. Of course, some Games Workshop paint would work as a substitute, but nah, I prefer to stick to what I know. And there goes my light. Great. We can't have a stream in my dorms without encountering some sort of error, could we? But anyways, wouldn't recommend that much. Yeah, Warhammer supplies are somewhat expensive. Oh yeah, by the way, is there like any like acrylic, like acrylic primer or something like that? Because I've read the guides. Well, I've read their suggestions. They said do not use it on solvent-based primers unless the base would reject the paint or something like that. I don't know. Like I said, it's my first time working with acrylics on gunpla, and my magnets are not working well. Is it because of the solar storm recently? Like the one that the news reported for the Aurora Borealis? Because if it's that affecting the strength of my magnets, I'm gonna be laughing out loud. Primer wise, I only ever recommend Mr. Surfacer. So paints are using their AK. No, it's a paints that I'm trying out called Glow Tech. And these are their well, you can't see the label because I struggled to get the lid open, but is their Star Glow Clear UV Smart Paint. So the idea is that when you paint it on the surface, it's gonna be starting out white, and then when it dries, it's just gonna go clear, kind of like those arts and crafts glues. But then, if you shine it under UV, there's like some sort of material inside it that can glow under UV. So you get the regular base, taking this as an example, and when you shine a UV light on it, it's gonna glow in whatever color that you bought it with. It's not Vallejo. So I don't know. I'm worst case scenario, I'll have to try another brand because well, I've spent like 37 quid on two bottles of these 30 milliliter paints, and I'm currently out of pocket, so I don't really want to spend much more just to get my Destiny Gundam done, like in the near future. I'm trying to minimize the damage. GW spray paint is the best you can get there, but army painter is a good alternative. Do you mean primer or something? Oh my god, my cat. What's? Great, the camera's not focusing. Great. Alright, if this works, this works. So, yeah. Let's have the stream zoomed in then. Okay. The only good Vallejo airbrush flow is the airbrush flow improver. If you put your hands directly under the legs to remove it, it should have focus. Yeah, it should. So wait, do you use Mr. Surfacer with acrylic paints or something like that? Does it? Because I still have yet to try these on like Mr. Surfacer paint, Mr. Surfacer's primers, and based on what I know, they say that the primers will reject the paints. So I don't know what's going on there. But yeah, I do apologize if I sound like rather agitated because it's just that one step that's in the way of me finishing my destiny. Thank. Oh hey, you're alive. Hey Midnight. I've been alive for quite a while. Like I have a slate of videos just for the occasion that I would not be alive to make videos. It's not that grim exactly. It's basically for filling in the gaps for when I'm not gonna be available. But hey, I'm alive, I guess. You can use Surfacer with acrylic, yeah. Hey, good evening, PR4. The rule is to make sure that whatever the light isn't hotter than what's below. What do you mean hot? Oh. Is that actually the term? Or is that just how you describe the different paints? Because I've never heard people describe paints as hot or cold. Or it's that or my autistic brain is taking everything too literally. So happy days, I guess. Wait, really? Never heard that before. Once you get hot paints, your house would burn down. That's my thought. But hey, I guess I'm gonna look for like a gray primer because I'm painting it on the joints, and I don't think they would mesh well with if they're painted on top of these. So I don't know if primer and paint on primer have like similar properties or something like that. I'm struggling to articulate today. I don't know why. Because I'm painting it on joints, so I want the primer to at least look similar to the joint color, if not identical. So I'll have to look for a dark gray primer if anything else. Which is not gonna be easy if I limit myself to just Mr. Surfacer. Surugaya is great. I regret messing up my order in the final minutes of free shipping action. Ah, that's a shame. European brand paints are Citadel, Vallejo, MiG, AK, Army Painter, Coat d'Arms. Is there any I'm missing here? Glowtech is actually a UK brand, so I guess yeah. Neon, I'm gonna send you the page for Glowtech later in a bit, so that you can like get a better idea of how I should like treat the paints and work with them. I believe I sent you like a screenshot or something of Glowtech paints, but I'll send you the full source just in case. Glowtech seems like micro brands that coat the arms. Yeah. Mr. Surfacer does a black primer that's very good. Well, I'm not painting all the joints. So if I do a black primer, it's gonna be inconsistent with what I didn't paint. And since I'm trying to go for anime accuracy, and yeah, that's gonna be a problem. So it's either I look for an alternative to a black gray primer, or use a primer paint on dark gray, like black gray, and infuse, and then paint the acrylic on top of it. And hopefully the consistency is going to be right. But the chest is looking good so far. I've never heard of coat the arms. Chaos Black or Black Templar contrast sounds like the right answer there. What do you mean? Like, you mean other brands of thinner, not thinner, primer or something like that? There is a game shop near where I live, so I can just pop by and see if they have like acrylic primer, a dark gray acrylic primer I can get for like under 10 quid, just to test it out. Vallejo also has a dark gray primer too if you want to keep it all acrylic. That might help, actually. That might help. Coat the arms is mostly discussed in oil hammer form, so their color accuracy with old Citadel paints. Ah. What do you mean Warhammer? But anyways, here is the oh, I zoomed in. Here is the chest unit of the Ghost Gundam. Essentially the Phantom, but in coated silver. So I'm gonna put that off to the side. Hopefully the stickers are dry now, because it's gonna be a pain if not. I'll make one last mod to the stickers. Sorry, old hammer in the 90s Warhammer section. Ah, old hammer. Central cockpit is so shiny, yeah. Right. Let's get to building the head then. So yeah, I think I might go ahead and find the Vallejo dark gray primer, if that does exist. GW paints, but have you ever seen someone's review of quick tip paints for gunpla? No, I haven't. I haven't really. Oh, that's annoying. That's gonna be annoying. All right, I'm gonna apply the stickers first, and then. Oh no. Like, I've only just realized, like, you get 3 sets of eyes, but only 2 sets of these open vents, open mouths. So, I guess I'll have to pick and choose then, eh? That's gonna be annoying. What I'm... No, I haven't. Citadel Contrast, Vallejo Game Changer, Army Painter Speed Paint. That's probably good to know at least. Hey, Matt. Yeah, I was looking for some noise. In general, MJ, thoughts on the design of Phantom or Ghost? Are you a fan? Kinda, yeah. I'm more a fan of the Ghost than compared to the Phantom, but I think, like, for them to look sorta generic on the surface, but have quite a unique set of gimmicks, yeah, that's what really sold it for me. Plus the novelty from them being from Crossbone as well, so that's another thing. It's European paint brand composition on how you can paint a miniature so fast and efficient in one go. I haven't. Any review on Clipper? Hey Frost! What do you mean, hey? What do you mean review on Clipper? So, where's the dish? I need a clean dish for putting my faces in. Just so that I don't lose them. Like, honestly, they should have printed a third face and a third set of open mouth vent stickers. Is God Hand still the golden standard? Sorta. But I've heard that there are a few brands, like a few cheaper brands that do exactly, like, almost just as good. Like, some people consider God Hand to be a bit overkill, especially for the price. And this pair isn't even the God Hand that we know, because this is just the PM 120. The blue ones, the SPM 120 is the one that people always discuss. And the PM 120 is honestly quite a bit cheaper compared to the SPM 120, and still does relatively similarly. But there might be some... Oh, wait a minute. I'm such an idiot. Like, there are 3 faces, one of which doesn't have an open mouth. So 2 open mouth stickers is enough. But then again, you still only get 2 chins, so I still at least have some talking points to go through. I do not like transforming gunpla in general. I don't like the transformation. I mean, I like the mechanics of how it transforms, but not the transformation form, like not the final form. And if you're talking about the Zeta style transformations, parts forming is still always the way to go. Like, I know some people complain about, where did the face go? Like, I know some people complain about parts forming, but it's honestly the most stable way that that transformation can possibly happen. And this thing is no exception. Granted, it is a little bit lazy of Bandai to reuse the Crossbone Gundam's frame, but still. Can we agree that the transform byplay mode is very silly? Yes. And like I said, I like the mechanism. I especially like playing with it on my robot Damashi, but it's still as ridiculous as a form nonetheless. Now, all 3 faces are done. Just gonna keep them safe. I guess the swapping faces aren't gonna be too troublesome to go through. And especially because you do actually have 2 heads. But the need to swap the one face to another for just a chin is somewhat inconvenient to me. Godhand versus Display versus Hobby Mio. That's not a comparison I can get to. Like, I don't know, comparing airbrushes. Like, I have an airbrush video on the way. I just finished like filming some B-roll for the use of it today. It was like pulling teeth, because this is my first time reviewing a tool instead of actual gunpla, so what I say actually matters. The knowledge behind it also does matter, so that I'm not just talking out of my ass. And I need to structure it to cater to as many people as possible. And of course, I need to film myself using it in practical settings as well. So my brain doesn't really work too efficiently when I have to consider that much stuff. But rest assured, it's on the way. But tool reviews are just not my type of thing. This head camera is not going to be good. Can you just solve the problem with sandpaper? What do you... In terms of what? Anybody here ever try plamo cordial stuff? No, I haven't. But if you're talking about sanding down these silver pieces, no, you can't. It's a coated kit, not a metallic injection kit. Like, this is something that I've seen like at least a few people get wrong. Like, metallic injection kit, the metallic finish is injected into the kit, so while nut marks will look terrible without undergates, there's no real cost to you actually doing anything to the plastics, because, well, the metallic thing is actually just injected into the mold, so it's part of the part. But when you talk about metallic coated kits, it's a coat of special finish, special treatments on top of the part. So as you can see, if the camera will bother to focus, I don't know, but you can see nut marks there on the back, in the back of the head, and there's no real way to take care of them. But if you're talking about building in general, yes, You can just not use a set of god hands and just use sandpaper to circumvent that. But even though people say that the god hands are overkill, they do undoubtedly help in terms of getting cleaner nubs, so that you'll be spending less time and effort in the cleanup process. So having a set of sharp nippers will definitely help ease the efforts on the cleanup process. Oh, are we doing coated kits today? Yes. Yes. Because the Ghost Gundam, it has a silver coating. So I cannot just go with sandpaper and just sand everything down. I need everything to be just cut as precisely as possible. And since this kit comes with 19 runners for a high grade, for a standard high grade, not something with a mobile armor attached to it, there's going to be a lot of runner navigating here. And I doubt I'm going to be able to get to a second kit tonight. But if I do, I'll tell you guys. Because what's left in my backlog, in my premium Bandai backlog, is the Demi Garrison and the Hajiroboshi second form. So I might hold another stream just to get to those. But at the same time, I might get to those builds on my own. I don't know. I don't know how I'm feeling. Because I have a lot of videos to get through. I have packages coming in. I also have my dissertation that I need to do. And I really want to get through as many videos as possible before I have to move back. Because my tenancy ends late July. And I don't want to have any additional obligations for me before the big move back home. So I just really want to get everything done. There's a video posted by Gundam Base showing different ways to deal with nub marks on coated kits. The extreme way is to strip the paint from the runner and reuse them to cover nub marks. That's way too much. Like, I'm scared. Like, I needed the Shiranui Akatsuki for some parts because I want to make a full Hyper Zeta Gundam Hono, which has the Shiranui pack. Unfortunately, there's no flat version out there. So I'll have to strip the chrome. I'm afraid of doing that. And here is... was working well better before. Hi, Jessica. What's the progress so far? Hey, Taco Guy. The progress so far is that I got the standard head done. It was quite nippy with the focusing before. Why is it not doing so now? There we go. So here is my progress so far. And don't mind that my hands are dirty. I painted 2 kits today. I just need to figure out a way of how to make this thing work. And how to make this thing work. Before I can complete my second kit. Since you painted your gunpla, do you get a wet palette? What do you mean by that? Yes, I focus on 1 to 1/44th scale, and I am studying a master's degree. At that point, it may be easier to just paint the whole kit. Precisely. Because stripping paints is no fun. Oh yeah, this thing has the original Phantom's faces. Completely forgot about that, and it's pissing down outside. Uh, Almost all gunpla transforms looks weird at certain angles. I would argue that the Zeta is like one of the best. And anything along those lines, like the Murasame. Sure, you get to see some body parts stick out in some weird places, but still. And then you just gotta thank Wing for the whole shield on face transformation. Actually, you don't need to thank Wing popularized it. The first like mecha design that actually uses shield on face transformations, I believe, is the yeah, not Gun Easy, not the Gun Easy, the Regis, because it's simply using the backpack to disguise itself as a plane, the whole back weapon system thing. But it's Wing that popularized the whole shield on face transformations that Bandai seems to love to abuse just to superficially implement like a gimmick into gunpla. Transformers, really? Been collecting Transformers for almost 2 decades at this point. I kind of grew off Transformers. Like, the only figures I really had were from the Bayverse. And since I could not find, like, any Transformers Cybertron figures in the market when I was still in Hong Kong, I just kind of gave up on it. Like, all my Transformers exposure is basically me stumbling upon Transformers Cybertron. My fears came to pass. I've stained the face. Ugh. Yes, I'm from Hong Kong. I just immigrated to the UK, that's all. I might need to work on the other eye for a little bit. So nah, I'm gonna leave it. It's just stressful. Nah, I don't have a wet palette. Yeah, I'm gonna work on the alt head in my own time. Ah, I'm getting a cold sweat over this. Which is absolutely fantastic. Nothing bad's going on. Hello, fellow Hong Konger immigrants. Wait, you're another immigrant, hey? For me, transformable bulbs should just stay in Zeta and double Zeta. Fair point. Robots in Disguise 2001 and Armada were the first shows I watched. But yeah, my exposure came from Cybertron, and I've never actually seen the full series from beginning to end. I was just mesmerized by the transformation sequences, and since the toys were faithful to the animation transformations, those really got me going. However, I couldn't find any of them in the market. So I kind of grew off of Transformers since. Starscream, Vector Prime, and Hotshot are the main releases for Cybertron this year. Though we also got Override, Nitro Convoy, and Metroplex in the past too. Wait, which version of Hotshot? Like if they're releasing the race car version of Hotshot, I might actually pick that up just for my own enjoyment. Your English is a lot better than when I first immigrated. I grew up with English, but thank you. Like English was my favorite subject. I don't know why, but I was fixated with English. I'll leave it. Any kid you wish never get an M get why? Why would I wish for a kid to never exist? Like what's your point by asking which kid I wish never got a master grade? Oh god. Yup. My fears were confirmed. My overambition caused a bit of the paint to be stripped off. Thankfully, I have this. So, I could just reapply some of the paint in my off time. Let's focus on what we haven't broken, shall we? Is gunpla cheaper in Hong Kong? Yes, absolutely. At least you don't need to get them shipped here. I think what recommend is which massacre you wish. I'm confused. Wait. Hey.
There we go.
Yeah, finally have a companion here. Just getting bored and frustrated here, but hey.
Hey, yeah. Sorry to be hopping on a little later than anticipated.
Nah, it's fine, it's fine. I'm not frustrated because of you, don't worry.
Okay.
So
Yeah,
yeah,
how's this build going so far?
um, my overambition caused a bit of the paint to get stripped, but luckily I have a fix. Which is a pretty good fix actually, a surprisingly good fix.
Are you able to color match the coating on the I'm guessing the coated silver parts?
Yeah, surprisingly, yeah. Oh yeah, by the way,
Oh,
Weston Howard's design has popped into the chat.
hey everybody. How's it going? Hope you're all having a great day or evening or morning or whatever time it is for you.
It's actually a pretty good fix. If the camera could focus, I'm not gonna bother with it. Yeah, working with these cheeks, like attempting to make the cheeks glow is not exactly the not exactly an easy task, especially not with the ghost.
Yeah, I could see that being pretty tricky. Though, I mean, like painting details like that on high grades can already be pretty tough, but the Ghost is a late UC high grade, which means it's extra tiny,
It's
which
not
means all the details are smaller.
it's not exactly that makes it hard. It's that you only get like one shot if you're ever gonna go at it
Oh, okay.
because you're gonna strip the coating if you mess up.
If you hit it with a clear coat first, would that potentially give you a little more room for error, you think?
It might, but I'm not sure. I've already had enough trouble with my clear UV acrylic paints. today.
Yep.
So what are you working on?
I am building the high grade advanced hazel.
Wow.
Um, I'm trying to work through some of my P Bandai Advance of Zeta backlog that I've had for many years now.
Welcome
So
to the
once I
rabbit
finish,
hole.
yeah, I know they just don't stop too.
Yeah.
Um, but once I finish this, I've got two high grade Hrudadus to build that will go on this.
You're gonna make the Hazel Raw second form.
Oh, absolutely. Um, like back when I first got into Gunpla and discovered Advance of Zeta in that must have been in like 2010 or 2011. Um, the whole Hazel line were some of my first favorite mobile suit designs,
Ah.
and the Hazel Raw second form is definitely like a top five.
Wow. That's interesting.
So I'm working on that, and then I also have two high grade primroses that I'm not entirely sure what I want to do with yet.
The,
Um, and then yeah, just some woundworts, the highs and flays, uh, and then a hazel too that I have a custom project vision for
you mean the TR1 or TR6?
the TR6.
Ah.
Yeah, that one because I didn't just want to build another woundwort. So I had the idea to pre-order to order the Violent Unit 2 off P Bandai and just see if I can make a TR6 Violent of some kind.
Ah. So you plan to combine the Ireland Unit 2 with the Hazel 2.
Yeah.
That's cool. Like that's one of the things I thought about doing, but it just didn't fly at the moment. Like that's the whole reason I bought myself the Ireland Isolde, but the concept just didn't fly.
Like you just kind of lost steam with it or didn't really see how to get it started? What was keeping you from making progress?
Just the aesthetics, because the whole thing is that I want to make like a TR series combiner for
Yeah.
for the whole custom build series I was doing. But nah, just that stupid wide shoulders coupled with the advanced hazel heels, it just didn't work aesthetically.
Yeah. Well, and the Isolde also, that has kind of that's closer to the original Biolant than the Biolant custom
It's
design
basically
was.
just the original Byerland with the Gundam face and a pink color scheme.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize it was that close.
There might be a few minute changes, but they're not that noticeable.
Okay.
They slow down master grade releases a lot. Yeah, no shit.
Yeah.
Like there aren't any master grades in Shizuoka at all.
Well, I mean, the narrative just came out, right?
Narrative came out and the Shinanju Stein is coming out. If not this month, then next month. I always forget when it's gonna be released, but it's gonna be released soon. TM.
I totally forgot that they were redoing or doing, I guess, a Sinanju Stein 1.5. Totally forgot.
So it's worse for you than it was for me. I'm excited for the TR6 Barzam 2. Same.
Yes. I think if they get that one right, then that's going to be an amazingly popular kit.
Yeah. Especially if they included separate pieces for the open fin.
Yeah. I mean, that's really been kind of the main speculation and question that I've been seeing people ask is like, where's the unfolded fin for what is it, the Eleanor system?
I think it is. I'm not that well versed in Advance of Zeta.
I don't know. I feel extra nerdy possibly knowing what that is called.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, like I do hope that they include parts for that.
Yeah.
Because they displayed it with the Gundam face out already, but when the horn is folded up, it should have more of a Barzam looking face mask on it. So hopefully someone just made a mistake or those parts were not.
Hopefully it was just
Yeah.
not ready.
Yeah.
Yep, even with the coated kit, you still have some parts to sand down. That's great. No, it's
That's
not matte.
honestly that's why I avoid coated kits because working with them is just such a pain.
Yeah. But hey, the ghost is canonically coated, and it's my own fault for wanting to make everything glow, so I'll take it on the chin.
You did it to yourself. No, but I mean the ghost is I gotta give it credit, like of all the crossbone designs, the ghost is pretty slick.
Yeah. Unfortunately, the Phantom V2 just goes back to the green color scheme.
Yeah.
Coated kits should be treated carefully, I know.
Yeah. I wish I had built I think I've only bought a couple of coated kits. Um and of those even less that I still have displayed, but the old 1/100 Sumo, I wish I had built more carefully.
Yeah. What happened with
Because
that?
I mean that I think that was probably not probably that was before stuff like God hand nippers and these like super nice single blade nippers existed.
Yeah.
And so I would snip the parts off the runner and then clean off the excess
Oh
nubs
no.
with a knife, and it was just there's some pretty nasty scratches on it, but
Yeah.
the design is just so great, and I think if there is a some kind of a re-release for that design, we're still a long ways out from it.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna enjoy it for what it is, and just know that if I had the opportunity to do it better, I would.
The forearms are not undergraded. That's weird.
Huh?
But yeah, thankfully I have like what is a decent fix for my mistakes. So at least I could get away with it.
Yeah, that's pretty nice.
Because like the epiphany came from excuse me. The epiphany came from when I was painting the Night Gundam and look and and the results from that one bottle of white silver paint looked awfully similar to the Ghost Gundam. So that's what I thought. I could actually do my own version of such a silver metallic coating.
That's really nice.
Yeah,
I love when stuff like that happens. Like you're just happen to be like building or painting a kit and you're like, wait a second, this color that it's calling for is the exact same as something else that I have that I also wanted to paint.
yeah. My guess is 2 years at the earliest from Massacre Wish for Mercury. Let's hope. Wish for Mercury is awfully popular, as undeserving as it is, so they will probably try to milk it dry.
I'm hopeful they at least do more full mechanics releases from it.
Do full mechanics Calibar, and everybody's waiting for it.
Oh, no. I mean, you got to give the people what they want, yes, but give me a full mechanics Darrellbald, give me a full mechanics Schwarzette, and then we can do the Calibarn.
Yeah. Some coated kits look absolutely great, but from what I've seen, making and maintaining them looks like an absolute nightmare. Yeah.
Yep.
And yeah, speaking of which, Shizuoka and the real great Akatsuki.
Oh my god, that I couldn't even understand the images that were being shared of it.
No,
It was like lens flare everywhere.
Yeah, it's just full lens flare. You couldn't make heads or tails of it.
No. I saw some folks were getting kind of upset that it looked like it used at least parts of the real grade strike inner frame.
I couldn't tell, to be honest. Mostly because I'm blinded by it, but
Yeah.
if they did indeed use the real grade strikes inner frame, we'll see if they would give it the Freedom Gundam GCP treatment.
Oh, kind of like updating some components of it.
Updating some parts, and some parts are reusing the same frame, but they use external parts to fortify it and stuff like that. You'll know more if you have actually seen the review of it.
Okay.
But hopefully the
Yeah.
major connections won't be of the real grade strike. If it's just the arm and leg joints, sure, fine. Unless you're slapping on the Zeus silhouettes, then that's another story. Because as far as I've heard, the original designer was informed that the high-grade Zeus silhouette will be compatible with the real grade Akatsuki.
Oh, okay. I would be shocked if they did not include some kind of an action-based stand with the Zeus set.
I mean, they will.
Like they have to, right? The thing is huge.
Yeah, they have to, at least for the fighter form.
Yeah.
That and like I mentioned yesterday on stream, it's like twice. It's like as long as twice the height of the Typhus Gundam Chimera. So, no chance I'm gonna be getting one.
Wow.
It's like 50 centimeters
Oh man.
in fighter form. I don't know the height of the combined form, but the fighter form was like 50 centimeters. The actual Gundam itself is not that large, if I'm honest. It's just the gun barrels that are upscaling it.
I mean, that kind of strikes me as one of those kits, strike pun not intended. One of those kits that you buy, you transform it once, and then you leave it in its combined canon form.
I'm more scared of it being a repeat of the Aqua Hambrabi 2, where it's like a Creo transformer. You'll have to completely disassemble it just to assemble it in another form.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to building my Aqua Hambrabi too, but especially after watching your review of it, I'm like, man, this is gonna be, I don't know,
A right pain in the ass.
a lot of work to get it done and then get it on the Rezion Barzam.
I mean, if you assemble it as it is, then sure, it's gonna be fine. You don't have to constantly reconfigure it like I have to.
Yeah, that's true.
Real grade Zeta? What do you mean? Unless they reuse the frame because the mold is quite old for now. Unlikely they reuse the same frame. I mean, the GCP Freedom uses the old frame, but in very limited capacity. So it's not beyond Bandai to reuse the same frame and do some improvements here and there. My guess was that the Impulse inner frame shoulder looked the same as on the Spec 2 real grade.
Hmm.
I'm a bit lost because the Impulse Gundam Spec 2 is just a recolor of the original Impulse, so
So
I'm
the
not
Impulse.
I'm not sensing a point there.
Oh, like they're kind of just picking and choosing different real grade components to make a better frame for the Akatsuki.
They might. It's probably what they mean. It's probably what they meant.
I mean,
But
that would be smart.
yeah, well, picking. I would suspect picking and choosing mechanics, like the mechanisms, but from actual frames, nah. The Hyakushiki gold coating is beautiful and scary at the same time. Yeah,
Yep.
yeah. Well, I've built a Delta Gundam, so I'm no stranger to this. But it's still scary nonetheless because this thing is very expensive on the USP meta market, as far as I remember, like $80 or something.
Wow. I mean, I have some friends in the like at my local Gundam builder group, and I think one of them pre-ordered the perfect grade Fenix narrative version.
Well, good luck.
That thing is like 500 US dollars. I don't know.
Jesus.
Like who I can't justify spending that much money on one kit.
No.
It looks beautiful, but like you have to wear gloves if you want to touch it.
Yeah. Oh. Just looking for the completely wrong runners there. If they didn't, then maybe Real Grey Strike 2.0 confirmed? No, I don't think so. It will have compatibility with Zeta for accuracy, but it will scratch the gold. Ugh, what a shame.
If it scratches the gold, I would be surprised if it actually did get scratched up that easily.
Yeah,
I hope it doesn't,
hopefully
because
not.
that would make a lot of people very sad.
Yeah. I won't be the one to test that though, because like I said, I'm passing on the Zeus silhouette. And if I can get my paints to work, then I'll already have my own Destiny Gundam Spec 2 in high grade. Huh. Oh. Losing parts that are right in front of me. Classic.
Part of the build experience.
Yeah.
Like right now, I don't know where my polycap runner is. Where did it go?
It's in the box.
It vanished. No, it's hiding underneath runners on the side of my desk.
Ah. Chad Barzam versus version Mark II. What do you mean? Oh, Barzam versus Gundam Mark II. Okay. I wouldn't be surprised
Yeah.
if the real Great Akatsuki goes the route of the Freedom Gundam version GCP. I'm not going to be surprised either if they do indeed decide to reuse the strikes frame. Like, at least fortify the shoulders and the hips, and then I'll be fine with it. The hips were just the hips were the major problem of the Freedom Gundam GCP. Everything else beyond that, reused or not, they're fine. So if they do decide to fortify the most problematic spots of the Ale Strikes frame, then sure, it'll probably be a decent frame. And I've actually proposed this to one of my friends while discussing the Shizuoka reveals, is that I should probably get a real grade build strike for my real grade Akatsuki review. If anyone knows why, I commend you.
That one's lost on me for sure.
Yeah, do you remember the high grade build Akatsuki?
No.
Ah. You can look it up. The high grade build Akatsuki Gundam was like a Hobby Pro Shop exclusive, engineered by Meijin Kawaguchi, like our actual Meijin.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, so essentially it's a gray, or well, you can call it white, gray Akatsuki with a build booster and a modified twin rifles thing from the a straight green frame. Yeah. So the whole discussion was I probably should get like a real grade build strike just for the build booster to see if we can make a real grade build Akatsuki. And for the savages who want to de-chrome the entire thing just to make your own real grade build Akatsuki, then yeah, if the possibility is there, it's there. You just need to find someone to make the Hydra Shot twin sword rifle, I believe it's called. Having spare polycaps is an absolute godsend now that I think about it. Yeah, so that you can replace your so that you can replace some of the flimsy ones, or just essentially have backups if you lose them. Wait a minute. Since when did the Ghost have colored hand covers? Because the high grade Phantom Gundam doesn't have colored hand covers. So the hand covers here are silver instead of gray. You reviewed it in the past, right? Yeah, I did. And the story Instagram just told me that you mentioned me in your story.
Yep. Trying to get the word out.
Yeah. High grade Build Fighters Build Strike is a decent kit, but stickers are not the best. It's still kind of like one of the best versions of the Build Strike, if not the best version in 1:44 scale. Like, color separation isn't everything.
Yeah, some of those Build Fighters kits are truly excellent. Like I have a, I mean, I have I think a Gym sitting somewhere in my like custom kit backlog.
Yeah, I
that I have
remember that.
90% built. It's really a great kit, and I'm surprised that does not get reissued. I mean, I couldn't even tell you the last time it got reissued, actually, and it's like I think it's the best version of the Gym.
I think they're reissuing it in the upcoming batch for Q2/Q3, but I'm not sure. From July to September, there's a ton of reissues.
Oh, nice.
I don't remember if the Gym is one of them, because as far as build stuff goes, the most memorable points that were brought up were that the backlog ones are gonna get reissued, so thank God I can get a Kingdom Gundam Saga for my own custom projects, reverting it back to the 00 colors, and the fact that the Camphor Amazing and X Maul are not gonna be reissued.
Oof.
And I don't know if Bandai's living under a rock or something, but the listings for a camp are amazing in the aftermarket is just sky high. Like the one from Surugaya is like close to $100.
Yeah, that's pretty rough. I mean, that's that's how I feel whenever I go hunting for the remaining G Reco kits that I need for my collection. I'm like,
Hey.
okay, they're north of $80 each.
Oh God.
I want it, but not that bad.
Yeah. Well, I asked my dad to get me a Jahanam and a Katsi when he was back in Hong Kong, and guess what? He did.
Oh, nice.
It's not like he wouldn't do it. It's a matter of whether he could do it. And
Yeah.
in fact, he did. Because nobody cares about G Reco back in Hong Kong. So yeah, good for me, I guess. So essentially, I have the entire line. All I need is to get a Grimoire Red Beret, because I have a tilt rotor pack in my upcoming Surugaya package. And then I can just use the leftovers and paint my old Grimoire Red Beret back into the original Grimoire. And basically, I'll have the entire series, like in the entire line, reviewed in my current format.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. So by the time, except for the atmospheric pack, except for the atmospheric pack and the assault pack. Well, the assault pack is mostly because of size, but atmospheric pack, I'm not interested in getting another body for my G self, because I already have a leftover atmospheric pack on a leftover body. So yeah, unless like my experiments with the Goof R35 works out, then I'll consider painting the one I have back into the original colors, then review it for you guys. But yeah.
You're planning a special build with the Goof R35?
No, it's essentially just a refurbishment, so I can do a Redux review without having to buy a separate copy.
Gotcha.
And since it has no leftovers, good for me. I don't need to I don't need to worry about that too much.
Yeah.
So yeah, one of the kits that I was painting today was the Goof R35. It's essentially just to like refurbish it from the old tattered state that I left it in 10 years ago. I've been watching Kingdom Gundam Saga for a long time because it's the only one in high grade as far as I can tell. Yeah, I don't know why Bandai is still not making a 001. Like, they made a 00 version of the Jinx 4. So, where's the Kingdom Gundam Saga?
They're just afraid of money.
Yeah. Cries in Kapul.
Yeah, actually. Kapul doing modern versions of Turn A designs, paying attention to social media and seeing what people are asking for and prioritizing stuff that people want.
Abiding by the polls they set up in the past 10 years.
I was just gonna say that, making the G self Verkov.
The reason I brought up the Kapul is that they've engineered the runners to be a correct century Kapul. They just haven't cashed in on it yet.
The sad thing is, you know, when they finally do,
It's gonna be P Bandai.
And
Grunt suit.
it's gonna sell out instantly.
Yeah. I know somebody out there is gonna make the make the red version with the rocket punch.
Oh, absolutely. What is it, Corrin's version?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bandai has been sleeping on high grade 00 since the Plutone release. Yeah, I don't know why. Like, the only thing that they've done for 00 15th anniversary was, what, the Estrella 2?
Yeah, the metal build.
they focused heavily on metal builds, and I bet you the next metal builds from Double O are gonna be the Exia and the Dynamis Type I.
Oh, with the weird
Yeah, the red.
subarm
Yeah, the red
effect.
and the quad eyes. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, there goes my hopes for a real grade R4. I don't care if that's gonna be P Bandai.
I mean, it's nice that third-party companies have stepped up and done some of that, at least. Like for the R4.
Well, it's 1 to 100 scale, so it doesn't matter to me. But still, for the 1 to 100 scale fans, yeah, there you can make your own XR R4 and customize it if you wish. And
Yeah, high grade R4 would be really nice. As would a high grade Quanta ELS version.
oh, and Els Quanta, yeah. Well, the robot Damashi is a good substitute for that, like the best we could get.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it has no weapons.
I know. I was actually collecting some reference just in case I ever decide to start working on a 3D printable version on it. I didn't realize, but like, yeah, its arms change into swords, and it's kind of got like an ELS version of Exia's gun sword.
Yeah. I think the easiest thing you could do is basically just make it an alternate manipulator option. But that's just talking off the top of my head. I don't remember how integrated it is into the forearm design. You might need to have a completely different forearm, if I'm honest.
Yeah, probably. But I mean, I think the engineering from Mercury kits has shown us that it's doable.
I.e. Darabald.
I.e., Daryl Bald. I mean, even the way that the Schwarzette and the Lefrith whichever one is the chickens,
A thorn.
Thorn. That I mean, those are just like C-clip elbow joints, basically.
Yeah,
So it's possible.
definitely. Jim should be reprinting in August. Ah.
Nice.
Don't know if I'm gonna go for it though. I already have a Jim. It's from my It's from the the gunpla club that I set up back in secondary school.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I have a blue Jim and they confiscated the alt head, so I don't actually have the entire package, but still, it's a pretty good painter's kit if I'm honest.
It is a very nice blank canvas kind of kit for customizing and painting.
Yeah. And if you want an an overpriced version, go for the Hobby Isaac. Bandai has been, yeah, okay. If we can't get 2.0s for the Stardust Memory Gundams, I'll settle for the Master Grade version cars. Yeah, they seem to be completely abandoning like Stardust Memory and focusing on the retcons for it, i.e., Engage Gundam.
Yeah, what's the deal with Engage Gundam? I still don't fully understand what that is supposed to add to Universal Century.
I don't know what it is supposed to add, but if you want technicals thing, if you don't understand the technical lore, I can help you with that.
I mean, I think I'm feeling kind of early Universal Century burnout.
Yeah.
Like, tell us some more of what's happening after Double Zeta, after Char's counterattack. Well, maybe not that, but like after Unicorn.
Yeah, you got your after Char's counterattack, you got Twilight Axis.
Yeah.
There are so many double O mobile suits I want as a high grade. I'll take P Banner releases. Yeah, they should have done the second gen ones.
Yeah. Yeah, all the Foreshed designs.
Yeah.
I mean, I think even just with the sheer amount of double O MSV that exists, that's at least another probably 20 to 30 kits
Yeah, absolutely.
that are like that most all have some kind of molds or like base design to work from.
Yeah. Hi, Gali. Other gym kits I'll have to ask for feedback on, I suppose. I do have a gym striker coming, so
Oh.
yeah, maybe I can help you with that. Though I don't know if I like because there's another guy who wants me to review a 3D printable set of it, 3D printable set of theirs to turn a Gym Striker into the Gym Striker custom. So I'm not sure whether I should get a duplicate of the Gym Striker or just settle for not touching this one up. I guess it depends on my funds and how I feel, to be honest. I want a redo of G Savior and F91 return to a series. Oh my god.
G Savior is never gonna happen.
No, it's never gonna happen.
We want it, but it's just not in the stars.
Yeah, it's not in the cards. Though, if you're talking about build, what I really want is more official kits from the amazing side stories. Excuse me, but especially I want a high grade Nyaya Gundam.
Yeah, that would be cool.
Yeah, they have released a resin conversion kit back in an event, but I don't think any copies of it are still in circulation. So it's down to the 3D printing community to do it. And I don't think there's ever been a version of the high grade of a high grade. Some chav outside, rev banging their engines with terrible overrun. But I don't think there has been a version of a Nyaya Astray. So yeah, it's also down to the community to fill that gap. Because I really want a Nyaya Gundam, and at least that has some sort of merchandise in the form of a conversion kit. But I really want a Nyaya Astray to go with it, so I have two cats in my shelf. I've read the go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I was just gonna say I may be misremembering, but there also a Nyashimar, or am I making that up?
You're probably making that up. That is not from what I remember from Amazing.
Okay.
But there was
Maybe.
a splash screen between chapters where Tatsuya Yuki's maid, wanted to turn the high noob rabe into another cat themed mobile suit.
Huh.
It was a splash screen, so I don't think it's canon, but it's good for laughs anyways. Like, that's the thing about Build. It's ridiculous, but it's also made with a lot of love.
Yeah.
For the disaster called Twilight Axis, I plot for less pilot chatter batter. Yeah, I completely wiped Twilight Axis from my memory. I've seen it, I don't understand what's going on, and I just shut out.
I think I watched the first episode of it and was like, "This is
Going
But yeah,
nowhere.
I don't get what's going on. This is super boring. The Jagan is cool. That's it.
I like the buyout on Isolde versus Zaku 3.
Yeah.
And well, the animation at least was still like Thunderbolt quality,
Yes.
but the story is just like going nowhere. Like someone somehow is still crushing on Char or something like that. That's as much as I remember of Twilight Axis. Just wanted to say, please don't forget comparison once you get to the real RD variants. I don't have the Robot Damashi versions with me. I'm sorry. The only Robot Damashi I have with me is my Extreme Gundam and the option sets. I need to get to reviewing that at some point. But there's just a lot of moving parts towards. Oh god. Yeah. Might have gotten the wrong part, but it's no big deal. But there's just a lot of moving parts for the Extreme Gundam and option set review. Because there's like 4 forms for me to go through. And it might be easier for me to just get through these P Bandai reviews as well as something like the G Witch weapons. So that's probably going to be a quick review.
Yeah.
And to be honest, I was thinking this. I really want to get your get the the first pre-production set done because it releases this month.
Oh, yeah.
So it would be a good juxtaposition for when the Japanese get theirs in, for me to review
Mhm.
yours.
That would be really cool.
Yeah. Oh, they sculpted completely new parts for these. Okay. The Extreme is amazing, yeah. If you have the Type X, you can use Type Leos. Yeah, I know. They're both the same molds. I really wish that Type X was actually faithful to its own source materials. I meant an animated movie OVA series for G Savior. That's not gonna happen.
Yeah.
Just wanted
I,
to.
I think the build appearance is the best that we can possibly hope for.
Yeah. And the kit. The kit immortalized it
Yep.
in a very good light, if I'm honest, but still.
It's a perfectly fine kit for the time that it comes from.
And it's still. It's dated, but fine still.
Yeah.
There we go. There's the like vents. When does P Bandai usually deliver? For Japan, it's mostly starting from 15th, I believe. So the mid to end of the month. And for the other Asian markets, it's usually the last week or the second last week of the month. For America, I believe it's the first week of whenever of the listed delivery month. And I'm doing something wrong here. So I still have a bit of time to get that done. But no guarantees. Because it's still a lot of painting. I'm especially not looking forward to the 20 grenades.
Yeah. You had already done that once, right?
Yeah, I've done that once. I actually had to cut out sprues for it, but if my old grenades still work, I'll just use them.
Okay. I think I did make some slight updates, so they might not fully fit inside the binders when they are closed, but it's easy enough to just leave them out because you can't see them when the binders are closed anyway.
Yeah. I'll have to I'll have to check myself. My more proximal worry is the Lefrith Anavata. Like, upon deeper like inspection today, I thought the colors were right, but apparently not.
Oh.
Because the blue is a bit too dark and the brownish gray is a bit too light. So I'll have to probably paint that and forego the possibility of me painting in the shell unit in case I want to make my life miserable for myself. Random question: since you have both Helios and Phantom, can the wings of both is interchangeable? I mean, only the wing, not the backpack. I don't think so. I don't think the wings and the backpack are like, because because C clip joints are usually tailor made for the part that they go with, so I don't think they're compatible as they are, but you can just swap the backpack. Unless I'm wrong, which I might discover towards the end of this build. And I don't know if I should leave the Hajiroboshi and Demi Garrison for a stream. But we'll see. This is going to be a long one. I know that for a fact. In any case, take it easy down there. Thanks. Talking about P-Mana, there were a lot of Austrian parts for Votoms. I hope that means more high-grade Votom kits. Perhaps? Do you mean the scope dogs or something? I don't know what Votoms are.
Yeah, that's the scope dogs. I've never seen Votoms either, but I think it is the scope dog and kind of all of those squat looking, I don't know, mecha.
Yeah. Hopefully the high-grade scope dog means more scope dog kits coming down the line. But I don't know. We've established earlier that Bandai is very good on sitting on money.
Yeah.
So who knows? No problem, Ashlight. Oh yeah, speaking of which, I am thinking of getting the high grade Delta 2 from some Bai listings.
Delta 2. Oh, the red
Yeah, the red Delta Gundam.
Gundam. It looks really nice.
Yeah.
I like that color a lot.
Yeah, and especially because it was from the Gundam Front Tokyo days. And rarely would they ever reissue any of those, but they decided to bring out the Delta 2 again.
Huh.
So I am thinking of picking one of those up, especially because I have a Zeta 3 on my backlog. And the Zeta 3 and Delta 2 appeared in a Gundam Front Tokyo short together. So
Oh, did they really?
yeah. This was news to me until like a few days ago, so I'm not one to say, but yeah. They're actually like a pair. So yeah, Abro and Char, of course, yeah.
Natural. We need. I think it's time. Like, I would love to see the Gundam franchise revitalized in a way where we get, I don't know, a new iteration of the Char Amuro relationship, conflict, story, whatever you want to call it, that spans a couple of series based in one non-UC AU. I think like.
I think we got that in Siege, to be honest.
Oh yeah, I guess kind of did.
Yeah, with Kira and Atheron. But it's nowhere near as legendary.
No, it's not.
A lot of variants of scope dogs. Yeah, I don't know why the old Gundam from Tokyo exclusive didn't get absorbed into Gundam base exclusive. There were a lot of Unicorn GFT kits. I guess that's
Yeah.
why.
In my backlog, I actually still have a GFT Fenix.
Good. So basically the one without tails.
Yeah, the better version.
And the version you can still build with the standard release.
Yep.
Unless you're talking about the G Reco version. Which,
No, this is the gold version.
ah. I would have liked a G Reco version just to troll the troll people.
It'll be so great.
Yeah. Because they've actually added the G Fenix as a separate unit in Gundam Breaker Mobile, believe it or not.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they did, and they made it a very strong melee unit.
I like that actually. I appreciate that they leaned into that a bit.
Yeah. I could actually send you the a clip of the EX skills if you wanted.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see that just because Mask is a very different pilot than
Oh,
the actual Fenix. And by different, I mean he's just bad.
yeah. Yep, I have an intruder.
I should be paneling this thing.
Yeah. I have two intruders apparently.
Oh,
Bugs.
the worst kind of intruder.
Yeah. Don't know if I should deal with them now or later. I'll go on. I'll just keep building. It must have been the rain that forced them all out. I don't know. And it's crane flies as well, which is the worst.
Oh,
They call them daddy long legs over here, and yeah. I mean, if they bother me during the stream, I'll just put up the splash screen and fight them off.
are you a capture and send them back outside, or are you a
No,
squish them
just
kind of
straight,
indoor bug
just straight
person?
kill. Most of the time, I just use a vacuum cleaner.
Okay.
Am I doing this wrong or something? Oh yes, of course. I find it funny that there's a lot of Gundam-based exclusive tricolor bear guys, but no tricolor art guy, which is a GFT exclusive. that's
Huh.
that's probably why. I remember seeing the tricolor art guy in one of the stores in Hong Kong. I mean, for God's sake, they also have like the real grade Heine Western Plus Destiny.
Yeah.
Granted, for 1,000 Hong Kong dollars, but still. And
That guy's gotten some special releases on its own. Yeah.
yeah.
When there was, I don't remember how many months ago now, but somebody brought a high grade 711 ACK guy
What?
to one of our build nights.
Wow.
It was it's so cool. The decals for it are actually pretty neat, but it was just so funny seeing that in bright.
You kind of cut out there. Was seeing it when what?
Oh, just seeing the ACK guy in such bright like 711 colors.
Yeah. What? I thought G Phoenix was a black Phoenix, but I guess it's silver coated in the HG. I guess it's a metallic black or chrome black, whatever you want to call it. It's chrome gray technically. But I don't know why there's like a hint of champagne gold in some depictions. I guess the bugs are bugging me now, mentally. I still laugh like crazy when Mask's mobile suit got kicked in the nuts. I think Mask is nuts. Just because he's fighting against like discrimination of the Kuntala. And he went completely nuts. I wish
He
they
let
were.
his jealousy consume him.
Yeah. AKA what's happening in the world today.
Yep.
I wish they would re-release the 711 Gunpla. They just get sold out immediately. Like I've heard the struggles of people trying to get their hands on the what is it? The recirculation Frith. It was a complete ordeal. And have you seen the recirculation Sorzette?
Yeah, it looks so cool, but
Yeah.
it was like some non-online event exclusive, so I don't really know how to get one without going through Surugaya or I don't know, paying scalper level prices for one.
Yeah. I mean, you might as well
But
go through Surugaya if I'm honest,
yeah,
or steal the color scheme. It's fine either way.
I mean, I kind of do want a second Schwarzette anyway because I have this idea similar to how I did the Deralanza,
Yeah.
which for those of you in the chat who may not know, I designed I don't know, I guess an MSV style loadout for the high grade Delanza based or that takes inspiration from the Darrellbald and a little bit of the Gundam Aerial too, I guess. Um, but I kind of want to do something similar for the Schwarzette. Um, but I don't want to, and paint it in different colors, but the colors of the base Schwarzette are so good already.
Let's see if they'll add it to Gundam Breaker 4 so we can have at least a non-perishable template to work with.
Oh, that would be so nice.
Yeah. And I don't know. I like that the recirculation version came with a blue beam.
I was kind of surprised to see that they chose to correct that mistake in the event limited release.
It's a half mistake if I'm honest, because you can BS the lords. You can BS that the lore is that the Schwarzette was not meant to be a Gundam, so it retained the pink beam, and then you can talk about Epic Gilbert designed it with a pink beam, so it can go either way if I'm honest.
Yeah, you got a point actually.
Gundam Gunnet. Let's yeah. Basically, what's the concept of it?
Um, so what was it? I think someone had originally asked me if I could do a larger version of the Schwarzet's like base sword, and so I made the 3D model for it longer and gave it more of like a big claymore berserk style sword beam blade. Um, and so now my thinking behind it is to the rest of the bits or backpack will be some kind of stealth unit that masks its presence until it can get in and kind of sneak behind enemy lines, and then pull out the giant sword and just start swinging.
We are missing a lot of these stealth mobile suits in recent
Yeah,
times. Like that just immediately reminds me of the Blitz. You see,
yeah.
hmm. Like when has what? Like when did tactics go out the window in Gundam?
Probably when build fighters got really popular.
I don't know because like the most common tactic I've seen in Gundam recently was just have a lot of bits and just spray and pray.
Yeah. I don't know. I think it would be nice to have to kind of go back to the I don't know, a more pure war is bad, there are no good guys and bad guys theme and do like a refresh 8th MS team style series
Yeah,
that is actually focused on, or that features, I should say, some more realistically inspired um, tactics. I think that would be pretty neat.
probably.
But will they do it? That is the question.
Probably not. I know people would just like power creep and power fantasy.
Hmm.
SS Blitz. You mean the limited version has the blue blade? Man, I love the contrast between the blue blade katana with the pink and purple gun bits in the anime. Yes, the recirculation Shorzet has a blue katana blade. Apparently there are undergates in the leg armor I forgot to cut. Great.
If you get my 3D printed Schwarzette Guardian weapon set, that comes with a clear 3D printed blade that you can paint whatever color you want.
That's nifty actually. Because
Yeah.
I painted the sickle shaped claws of the Michaelis in purple.
Ooh.
And it looks pretty nice if I'm honest. I don't know what to
Did
do
you?
with the straight ones yet. I have it's still in the bag.
Okay. I mean, you're by no means required to use them. I just thought I think it maybe came from a discussion that we had had when that was first announced, or maybe during your review of the Michaelis, and you were
No,
like, I can't
it
believe.
was my direct request that you
Yes,
make the you make the claws for the Michaelis, and then
yes,
you and it is as if a light bulb struck you.
and they are free to download if you have a 3D printer and want to print them yourself, and they are included in every kit of the 3D printed Javelin Bracer because they should have been included with the kit in the first place.
Yeah, I don't know why Bandai skimmed out on that, even though they made the holes for it.
Yeah, that's really quite surprising that they missed that one not once, but twice.
Twice. Yeah. Who knows what that? Who knows why at this point? I mean, they made a custom effect part for the for the for the gunblade for the Darabald, so yeah, not sure what's
Yeah.
going on there. If it's an event kit, then there's a good chance that the Gundam base sells it. Don't know. I know the Delta 2 is a Gundam base kit for sure, but I'm just not sure if I should wait for either a friend to get it because one of them is going to be heading to Japan soon, or should I get it from Bai? But of course not when I'm out of pocket, that's for sure. I'm out of pocket for the week just because of the ridiculous customs fare that DHL is charging me for my Surugaya delivery.
Oof. Yeah, I don't know if you had mentioned before, but what do you have coming in your Surugaya delivery?
It was a particularly large package, so I have the old high grade Zeta, just because it's a material kit
Oh,
that is required for the Zeta Gundam Hono. I brought it up for quite a few times in the stream. I, and I have the tilt rotor pack, which I didn't mention. I have the Gym Striker. I have a high new Vrape because I have these. The amazing Lev A and D. So because I don't want to put them with my high new influx, and I basically want to color code them to a high new Vrape, I might as well get the main body. So I'll have the influx be a whole package review, and have the birds go with my high new Vrape. And I also thought, well, for the hell of it, I got the Gundam Build Real version of the Grandpa Gundam, as well as a Miss Sazabi.
oh, nice.
So it's a very large package,
Yeah.
and they charged me 60 quid just to get it processed.
Jeez.
Yeah, so yeah, my heart saved cash just down the drain for that just because I wanna splurge a bit from finishing my my essays.
Yeah, I mean, it's gotta treat yourself when you accomplish something like that.
Yeah, I also have like 3 seed kits that I bought along with my replacement like sanding sticks because mine have all worn out. So I got the dual, the Buster, and the Legend.
Nice.
Yeah, the dual and Buster I personally wanted to get just to compare, just to have like a control comparison with the dual Blitz and the Lightning Buster. And the Legend was from a viewer request.
Oh, okay. That's nice.
Yup.
Yeah. Do you use disposable sanding sticks, or have you gotten a glass file? Like, what's your sanding setup?
It's just the standard Bandai ones.
Okay.
So these are probably disposable. I should probably dispose of the ones that are worn smooth.
Oh, nice. I actually did not know Bandai had their own.
Yeah, and since it's like like £5 for 9 sticks, because it's usually better to just get the mini ones, just because it
Hmm.
comes with 3 each. Miss Sazabi would be good for gun bus conversion. No, I'm not getting it for that. I'm just getting it for the Miss Sazabi.
Yeah, it looks like a fun kit.
It's gonna be a fun kit, and I didn't know. I forgot why I wanted a Miss Sazabi, but it's probably just to complete the build collection. If I'm honest.
Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that unless you're getting the camera amazing.
Yeah.
The second reason I wanted a camera amazing is because I want to redo my amazing Exia review. It's like one of the first reviews that actually popped off on my channel, but we all know how that went from like many years ago. So I want to redo it, and because the camera amazing parts are used to make the amazing Exia R2, I wanted to test whether or not it's possible, so that either people cannibalize the camper amazing for that, or just design their own parts.
Okay.
The one with the wired claw and the pair katana. The Blitz has wired claw, but it doesn't have a pair of katanas. Guess, do you have 3D printed conversion of Blau Calamity conversion?
I do not. I will probably not be doing any seed designs in general because I just don't really care for most seed designs. That is my Gundam hot take. Yeah.
Nothing much to elaborate on that.
Yep. Occasionally, if someone does suggest a design for me that I take a look at and I'm like, okay, this is pretty interesting, then I might do it. But I think for something like the Blau Calamity, I would imagine that requires having the base Calamity kit, and I wouldn't want to make that unless I would not want to buy the kit. So unless someone would temporarily lend me one so that I could measure off of it, there's a low chance that that will be on my list of kits to design.
If only I could lend you mine. Although mine is modded into the sword calamity, so
Okay.
you gotta play around with the parts.
Yeah.
It's just part swapping, to be fair. Though, don't ignore the Nyaya, please.
I think the Nyaya is actually something that I think would be kind of fun because it's a silly design.
Yeah, Nyaya and Nyaya Astray.
Yeah.
I think I figured out the Nyaya Astray's transformation. It's quite simple, if I'm honest, and quite easily achievable with the modern Astray frame. It's like the concept of it. It's quite similar to the Extreme Gundam Vicious. So limbs fold up and auxiliary limbs fold down. So it's quite simple.
Oh, yeah, that's not that bad actually.
Yeah, so long as we're not afraid of resin joints, then sure, we can go ahead with that.
Well, and I've been sitting on this for a while now, but I need to actually start exploring. I did get some flexible resin that based on all the reference photos and video and stuff from the company that produces it, it looks like it could kind of be similar to polycaps. And having 3D printed polycaps would be huge.
That's gonna be a godsend.
Yeah. So I think this summer I'll probably spend some time working on that because if I can figure that out, then I would almost be tempted to go back to some of my early full kits, like the Recten and the Trinity, and do like 2.0s of them and include 3D printable polycaps.
That's gonna be sick.
Because that would be I love both of those designs so much, but my 3D printable Recten is dependent on having Bandai polycaps, which not everybody has access to.
Fair enough.
And the Trinity just does not have any polycaps, and I feel like the articulation could be
Some,
better.
yeah.
I mean, it's not really meant to move so much anyway, though. It kind of just flies out into the battlefield and shoots all of its limbs off.
Yeah. Which I, the philosophies, but in the JIT core is just non-existent, but still fun.
They focus on one gimmick per mobile suit
Yup.
and just send it.
Basically Xeon.
Yeah, Xeon with their aquatic mobile suits, kind of.
With their multiple experimental mobile suits.
Yeah.
Is the Nyashima really a thing? I
I
haven't
think so.
I haven't read Amazing. I haven't read Amazing Ready because well my sources don't have the full thing. And
I don't
yeah. I'll have to look it up.
I don't know if it's an official Bandai design or just something that like someone on Twitter did that everybody loved.
It's most likely a fan design, unless it's something from Amazing Ready that I didn't see. How about an Astray 5th frame conversion? It's just purple, just paint it. Like you're not talking about the full modified Mirage frame, are you? The Bandai ones are relatively new. The sanding sticks, that is. Yeah, they're relatively new. Like from the last 2 to 3 years.
Okay.
And they're quite the bang for the buck, if I'm honest.
So
Like,
I asked about the sanding sticks because until very recently I was using a couple different grits of sanding sticks too. And then I switched over to using a glass file to clean up the nubs. And I don't think I can go back now.
eh,
The quality is just so nice. It's I don't know how long they're supposed to last, but I've built how many kits have I built since I got it? I don't
too
know.
many.
Like yeah, a lot. And it's still, provided that you're using it carefully, the remaining nub marks on the plastic just disappear. And it kind of polishes the surface around them a little bit too.
I've heard that glass files are like the first, like the first means of cleaning up clear pieces.
Yeah, yeah,
Probably should pick
they
one up
do.
when all of this is over.
Yeah, I would highly recommend if you don't have one. It's a game changer. I use it on everything.
Yeah, I'll think about it.
Um, and I also actually got a tip or another tip recently from one of my buddies at the monthly build night that I help organize. Um, if you, because like when you're sanding stuff, you'll get microplastics all over the kit, and then it's kind of messy.
Yeah.
Um, so if you can get like an old, or I guess even just like a cheap makeup brush, it's a very easy way to just quickly dust off your kit when you're sanding it.
I have an old paintbrush, so that should work as well.
Oh yeah, definitely.
We've
That build is
exhausted.
looking really nice.
Yep.
So has this been pretty similar to the Phantom and other, I guess even other Crossbone high grades so far?
I haven't. I already forgot the high grade crossbone build because I think the last one I built was the X0,
Okay.
and yeah, it's definitely near identical to the Phantom. It's like a minor parts changes and such.
Mhm.
I think the majority of the changes are on the backpack. Not even the side skirts are that different.
Oh wow.
And yeah, nice. And by the way, I had the Maxter review is done, but I have to I have to respect the poll results. So it's up for members for now. But I want to get the Lefirth Anavanta and this thing done first before I schedule the Maxter for upload. I really like the Ghost Gundam, but personally I prefer the colors of the Phantom. Its green makes it look unique. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. We all have our own preferences. So when are we getting the Phantom V2?
There really are not enough green Gundams, if I'm being honest.
Yeah. Now when was the last one? Excluding MSV, because I know some of you are gonna suggest Gamagen.
I don't want to say Zabanya because I hope that that's not right.
We have Age, and excluding game variants, nah.
Nothing in age.
Nothing Age. G Rekka only had 3 Gundams. Well, I guess the high torque G Self is a green Gundam.
Eh,
Can we count that?
uh, that's gonna be. I think that's gonna be a no from me.
Well, we can count the torque mode perfect pack because that changes into green.
It does, but that's not like its base color.
Fair enough. And what? IBO has none.
Nothing. Yeah.
Nothing. And what's next after IBO? G Witch. That doesn't have anything. And what build designs do we have?
Um,
I don't think any Gundams from there were primarily green.
one of the core Gundams.
V2. If
Yeah,
you want to
that.
count that. It's more of a
Mm,
teal instead of a green, but still.
yeah. Oh, the original
Oh
Gusion.
yeah, the
Yeah.
Gusion. The Gusion, yeah.
Okay.
Completely forgot about that frog. I was discussing it like I think yesterday. I think I discussed it recently. I already forgot what I talked about yesterday on stream. But yeah, the Gusion.
The Impulse gets some green with the Blast Impulse. Yeah, I think I'd say that falls into the same category as like the G Self High Torque pack, though.
The high torque pack G Self wasn't even green, to be honest.
Yeah.
There we go. Yeah, these parts are stumping me. The side skirts are completely new, in case you guys don't know. The Impulse gets in green. Yeah, the Gundam Gamagen has a. Yeah, I said excluding MSV. They've undergated these. For some reason, they've undergated the new skirt trims.
Hmm.
Funny, don't know why.
Oh, so is it just the new parts between, like, on the Ghost that were not on the Phantom that got undergated?
No, the majority of the Phantom armor pieces are undergated as well.
Okay.
I pointed that out in my original Phantom review. And I knew they were gonna make something like this.
Yeah. Easy way to use or to reuse most of a mold and just make a couple new parts and you got a whole new kit.
Yeah, I betcha this year we're gonna get a Phantom V2. And if they're generous enough to include the custom parts as well, then sure, double dip.
Yeah.
And probably we're gonna get the Blanc Phantom and the Noel Wraith after all of this.
If they're not going to animate it, the least they can do is give us all the cool designs from it in kit form.
Yeah. I'm thinking about what like Jupiter Empire designs I really want to see in gunpla form. Because we got the Dictus, both of them, and yeah, they were pretty cool kits.
Yeah.
I would want to meme and say the Nautilus, which is just literally just a flying shell. You know, to compete with the flying triangle.
Yes. Yeah, we need more goofy mobile armor kits.
Yeah. I think the Baroque, like I forgot what the name of it is, but it's basically something developed from the Phantom Gundam that has no head.
Oh, weird.
Yeah.
Huh.
And apart from that, the crossbone designs are just escaping from my head currently.
They're just so odd.
And that's why I kind of like a lot of them.
Yeah. They're very unique within UC.
Yeah.
I would love a high grade or even a master grade, honestly. F99.
Oh, the record breaker, yeah.
Yes. I think that design is so great.
Let's see where they're go with Crossbone.
Yeah.
Because I think if they really want to go lazy, they can just make the X11.
Is what I actually don't know which one that is.
The X11 is something that came after Ghost. I don't think it's from Dust, but I could be wrong. Because there's just like a million different Crossbone Gundam stories nowadays. It's just hard to keep up. They could really go lazy and make the X11 or X12, perhaps. But what I really want to see them make is the Anchor.
Yeah.
Like they've made the robot Damashi and completed its feature set, so why not translate that into high grade form? And then they'll have another Multimilk. Because the Anchor has like version 1, 2, 3, and 4. As far as I remember, anyway. Wonderfully odd, yeah.
I would hope that, assuming the F90 mission packs have been successful, that would maybe be a go-ahead to do some other, or to invest a little more in those late UC
They'll
designs.
probably make a master grade Neo Gundam or Cluster Gundam first.
Oh yeah.
They're like parts of the lineage, are they not?
Mhm.
And the backpack parts aren't undergated. That's strange.
Huh.
So how's your Hazel going?
It's going great. I've got the legs done. I already had the upper body done. Um, and I clipped out all the parts for the head and was about to assemble them and was like, no, I want to paint in all the cameras and stuff.
Yeah.
So I think at least build wise, I'm getting pretty close to finishing this, which means I'll be able to start on the first crew to do.
Hmm. I wonder if anybody has actually done the expanded version of the visor.
Oh, in high grade form?
Yeah, the custom scratch build.
I'm sure somebody has done it.
Yeah, somebody has to have done it.
Yeah.
I said Anchor earlier in the stream. I'm sorry. It's too focused on building this stuff. Uh,
I mean, honestly, just give us the high grades for the Steel 7 units. I feel like that would be easy to do individually or as one of those ridiculous huge like P Bandai sets.
I mean, X1 patchwork, please.
Yeah.
And I think it's the X11 that actually has the Billy drone, like the little parrot bot.
Oh yeah.
I don't know. My introduction to that accessory was the metal build X1.
Wait, so that does actually get turned into a Gundam size version at some point?
No, I don't think the parrot transforms into a Gundam. I think it's just a neat little accessory.
Oh, okay.
But I'm just saying that my introduction to that accessory is the metal build X1 instead of its
Mhm.
canonical origins.
Yeah, the Crossbone manga was really good.
I should actually read it at some point. And what do you know? The chain of coolant cartridges, it attaches way better than it does compared to the Robot Damashi version.
Hmm. More secure plug connection.
Yep. Because if you knock on the Robot Damashi version, it just comes off.
Oh.
I'd love to see high grades for Queen Mansa, Psycho Gundam Mark III, and the Hydra Gundam. Queen Mansa was developed into the Kshatriya, so I imagine Bandai could reuse some parts there. I don't think so. The scales are completely different.
There is a smaller scale Quinn Mantha kit, isn't there?
I mean, if they cannot reuse the Kshatriya parts for Queen Mansa because one is like a Psycho Gundam size mobile armor.
Yeah.
But I don't think Bandai are gonna shy away from doing large designs at this point because, you know, Hybrid Destroy.
Well, and I'm sure some of that was also just timing that release with when Seed would be going through. Um,
The movie release.
yeah, the movie release and kind of a refreshed interest. You know, maybe bringing in new people who had never seen Seed,
I
who were like,
guess.
"Oh, the movie looks cool, but I want to watch Seed and Seed Destiny, so I know what's happening."
I guess yeah. But mostly because people wanted Bandai to release large designs like these for a long time.
Yeah, people like big kits.
Yeah. So might as well give them the a high grade inlay.
Hey, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Give them a high grade inlay, that'll shut them up.
Yeah, because they'd be building it for like 3 months.
Yeah. And since the entire thing is like 2 meters tall in
Yeah,
1/144th scale.
I remember doing the math on that with
The 1/400th scale thing.
no, like I mean way back in the day, like just trying to figure out with my youngest brother how big a high grade inlay would be,
Yeah.
and then discovering it would be 2 meters tall, and we were just like giggling, like, yeah, that would be so amazing.
Yeah.
Like if they ever make that into a kit, I think I would be happy. I would be done building Gunpla after that.
Yeah. Mostly because you cannot afford to continue.
Yeah, because I'd be broke.
Yep.
I mean, where do you even put something like that, though?
I
You need
don't
a whole
know.
room just for
Yeah,
it.
you'll need a whole room, and are unlikely to put it just out in the elements.
Yeah.
You'll probably need a whole garage for that.
Yeah, like, I mean, you'd have to get a custom case made for it. And
Yeah.
that's, I think, also important to consider that while it may be 6 meters tall, the 5 or 2 binders are also very long.
Yeah. So
So it
this
might even be longer than 6 meters.
too. The height doesn't matter.
Yeah,
It's the cubic area it takes up that matters this time.
exactly.
And I really hope Gunpla doesn't have to go to measuring cubic area in order
I
to.
mean, someone was doing a scratch build of it,
Yeah, I've seen.
and like I don't even know how you transport like something like that, or like that. I mean, at that point, you almost have to make it. You have to build it around some kind of metal structure, because otherwise, it's just gonna collapse on itself.
Yeah. Or you'll have to build it on site.
Yeah, yeah. Wherever you build it, that's just where it has to stay
Yeah.
forever.
Yeah. Hydro Gundam is an interesting one. Yeah. And since we are getting the Unburned Lapis in high grade form, I don't think they're gonna disregard the Hydra. So maybe an updated Hydra Gundam in the future. Who knows? Has it
That would
even
be cool.
appeared in reoperation as of this point? I don't expect a big ZAM anytime soon, but since we got the first 2 Cycle Gundams, Mark 3 isn't that much of a stretch. I mean, they can base it off of the Cycle Gundam Mark 2, to be honest. So it's not that far-fetched. Why not
Yeah,
3D print it? Because it's going to take forever.
yeah. 3D printing the inlay. First, someone would have to design it, and that by itself would take forever.
Yeah.
Because, like, thinking about it like this, you wouldn't have to design the entire thing because the TR6 Heisenflay already exists. So you'd need to design it, or you'd need to design parts of it around that.
And I think there's two of them
And
in
there are two of them.
yeah,
Yes.
there's two of them in the inlay mobile armor, and that's excluding the 6 Kehar 2 drones mounted on the binders.
Yeah.
And you'll have to design housing units for those.
hmm Which means I would actually need to get a TR6 Kihar 2, which I've wanted, and I feel like every time I've seen one available at a reasonable price, I've been like, yeah, I probably could, but my backlog is so full of other Advance of Zeta stuff. Like, I have both TR1 Heisen plays to do. I have a zillion wound words. Like, not right now, but
Yeah,
eventually.
fair enough. And not to mention that the inlay actually has a mobile armor mode.
Yeah, yeah. Figuring out how to transform that thing would be a totally separate beast.
Yeah, figuring out how to parts form it is also it's a tall order already.
Yeah.
And then there's the printing part as well.
I don't even know if it would make sense to 3D print something that big.
No, it's
It
gonna
would just
take
be so
days.
heavy. Yeah, it would take days. It would probably cost thousands of dollars.
Yeah, yeah, that's probably gonna be the end game.
Yep. Like at that point, it would be cheaper to just take the design to a manufacturer and be like, "Hey, can you machine some molds of this, please?"
Yep. So yeah, TR6 inlay. Nah, don't think it's gonna be.
Coming June 2050.
Yeah, that's optimistic if I'm honest.
Yeah. I mean, there are some smaller scale resin kits that are floating around that do look very, very nice.
Yeah, and
Um,
I remember doing the math because of the 1 to 400 something scale inlay.
yeah.
Good morning, Gurung. Is it morning already in Asia? Wow. Yeah, I know I've been at this build for quite a long time, so yeah, probably not gonna be building a second kit. Yeah, I need some sleep. But hey, we're already on the backpack, so might as well push through.
Almost there.
Yeah, almost there. And I think I might get a hot chocolate in the common room later on, just to get out for a bit of fresh air before I sleep. It's 8:10 in Japan. Ah. Well then. 3D printing inlay is a dream come true project. Good
That's
luck
a
with that.
that's an I have infinite money project.
I have infinite money and time project.
Yeah.
Yeah, parts swapping. Yeah. I don't know why the Titans have that kind of budget to begin with.
Yeah, who gave them that kind of money?
I mean, the Titans is part of the government, but
I guess maybe. I mean, and that was part of the test team too. So they probably were given like just
a blank check.
make sure there aren't too many zeros on the bill and you're fine.
Yeah. because they have like this complicated family tree, so that's a lot of cost as it is.
Yeah.
So I don't know how Advanced Zeta works economically. I bet most of the designs are just gonna be tax write-offs.
I mean, I think it's all just it helps that it's not even trying to be canon either. It's just
Yeah,
like, yeah, they actually secretly had all of these super innovative designs that like retroactively inspired everything that you see in Zeta.
yeah. Like I'm still not buying into the Hammurabi 2 story. Like they've had a set of G parts that led to the original Hammurabi's mobile armor mode, which then inspired the Hammurabi 2. Like, huh? Don't know anything about Advanced Zeta, but where did all the stuff they tested go? In an alternate universe, that's where.
It all got destroyed.
Or escaped. Because
Yep.
reboot.
Oh yeah, actually, a lot of it went to Mars.
A lot of it went to Mars, and I think it was explained in the trailer to Destiny that they were moving bases, and they just so happened to leave a Gundam Kestrel behind.
So silly.
Like, of
The
all
idea
the things you
of,
could leave behind, you left a Gundam, like a state-of-the-art Gundam.
I mean, they had a lot of them. They had a bunch of hazels and woundworts and all sorts of stuff.
Yeah, but then again, I couldn't imagine something like the Gundam Good and Borsty existing alongside the Hazels. Like they're just completely different, completely different design aesthetics.
Yeah. I the the concept of the Golan-Burstian Kestrel just in general is so funny to me. Like the Gundam heads are just ornamental.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. There's a mono eye sensor on the cockpit.
Yeah. I kind of love that.
Yeah, it's baffling that we still don't have a full armor double Zeta Gundam high grade or even anime accurate colors for the armor of the standard double Zeta Vercar release.
Huh.
I think they're just shoving it in, like they're just shoving it under the carpet at this point.
It is kind of surprising that they haven't done a high grade full armor double Zeta though.
Yeah, I bet they're.
I would imagine the
I would.
Verka sold
I
quite
would
well.
imagine that they're saving it for a real grade.
That would be pretty sweet, actually.
Yeah, because like I mentioned yesterday, like they did a triple combiner in the form of the Galgaigar really well, so it would make sense that the double Zeta would be the next point of evolution.
Yeah.
Hopefully we get to see that soon, but no guarantees there.
I mean, there are still, I would imagine, real grades on the table that were announced as being in planning, like back when the real grade line was first getting started, right? Like the real grade gym and some of the grunt suits.
I'm not sure, but I clearly remember a poll where the real grade virtue was going to be a thing.
Really?
Yeah. But then we all know how that ended.
Yeah. Same way the G Self Verka went.
Yeah. But if I'm honest, we gotta see either a real grade double Zeta or a real grade Master Gundam.
Yeah.
With the new G Gundam project, I think the Master is more likely.
Mm-hmm. Do we know what that new project is?
It's gonna be a side story to the original G Gundam, as far as I know.
Okay, that's cool. I'm kind of glad they're not just doing straight up like, all right, it's like the next year of Gundam fights.
I mean, they could if they were designing it just for fun.
Yeah.
So
But that's kind of what Build Fighters has turned into a little bit, right? Like just
until
making it for fun.
Breaker Battle Log and uh break not Breaker Breaker Battle Log and Build Metaverse turned it into something that has some superficial stakes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like metaverse.
yeah. It's just not mentioned. Let's just not go there.
No. It was funny actually. I got an email, I think saying that they were doing a second round of beta testing for it, and I was like, I can't believe that they're still moving forward after the absolute fiasco that was the first beta test.
Yeah. No, I've seen that pop up on my feed. Like, I forgot how. It was recently.
Yeah.
I've seen that pop up on my feed, but I'm just like, come on. Like everything
Like,
metaverse related that they've done has flopped.
yeah.
So why continue? Like personally, like I have the what is it? Perfect Strike Freedom Rouge coming along. So I have no qualms with doing a re-review technically of the Perfect Strike Freedom. But personally, I'm gonna get that kit done and then maybe do a list of basically all of them, all of the kits,
Hmm.
and then just completely forget about it. Because at this point, the only design they haven't made into a kit is the Momo Kapul R by R. So if they're making a kit of the Momo Kapul R by R, I basically know what what the kit is gonna be like. So there's
Yeah.
no point in waiting for that. But I highly doubt they would release a kit of the Momo Kapul R by R because that would
I yeah, they're probably done.
yeah because that not only would it be another a Kapul release that people are going to be disappointed about because it's not a Kapul. That's probably going to be another catalyst for fans to request that they make the Sana Kapul from Breaker Mobile.
Hmm.
And it's just not worth making another mold for the ears, so yeah, they're probably done with it.
Yeah.
So I'm probably gonna compile a list of the kits and just be done with Metaverse because I really don't want it in my conscience any longer because of how bad it is. How about Perfect Strike Freedom Noir? Just paint the damn thing, man.
Yeah.
Just paint it. Right, so that's the Kujaku done. Apparently this thing costs just as much as a mobile suit to make.
Damn.
Yeah. And with the leftover parts over here, we get an extra shotgun.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah.
Save that for a custom build or something.
I'm gonna build it. It's an extra shotgun, double-barreled shotgun, come on.
Yeah.
But that is if I remember how to build it. Does Dalong have a manual of any version of the X0 Ghost?
Uh, he must, right?
They should.
Yeah.
If they do, I'm gonna build the shotgun as well because it's an extra full weapon I can build on stream.
Hmm.
And I guess I'm basically done. So I'll just build the accessories, build the transformation block, hopefully fix up the painting issues, and we'll be done.
Nice.
Hey, Hobby Space. Yeah, I guess it's really morning now.
It does make me happy that Dalong is still such a prominent place to go to get information on kits.
Yeah, because Bandai themselves won't post Bandai manuals.
Nope. Because like even back when I was getting into the hobby, I think it was Dalong. Um, who else was around? Henry something, who's been long gone. Um, I want to say Fall Dog was doing reviews. Um, and little known fact, I actually used to do written gunpla reviews too.
Hmm.
Um, but it makes me happy to know that one of the resources that I leaned on a lot when I was getting into the hobby is still around and like going strong, and that other people are finding use of his stuff too.
Yeah. Like the whole reason I was able to build the Aqua Barzam was because of Dalong.
Oh yeah.
Mech 9 was still one of my favorite sites for color reference. Ah.
Mech 9. I haven't heard of that one actually.
I think I've heard of that. It's triggering my deja vu, but I forgot where I heard of that.
Hmm.
I might have stumbled upon it while doing some research.
Mech 9. Yeah. I don't know. I'll have to look that up after the stream.
Yeah. And I say complete the accessories. We have a whole set of effect parts. I completely forgot about that. Like there's some custom armor parts that fit the effect parts.
Oh, that's nice. So you're not just plugging the effect parts right into the armor.
No, it's too small for that.
Yeah.
You there Yeah, there are some direct plugins, but yeah, I don't know. It's similar to the original Phantom Gundam. You can check out that video if you want a deeper look at it.
You're gonna have to make a new playlist of like crossbone development line kit reviews.
I honestly do plan to reorganize my playlists just for the people who are popping in. But I haven't had the time nor the motivation to do so.
Yeah.
If not a PG God Gundam, a God Gundam Verka or MGEX would be amazing to see how far they can go with the articulation. How far do you want it to go beyond the real grade? Like the real grade was like the epiphany, like not epiphany, like the pinnacle of how far they can push articulation of a kit.
Yeah. I mean, that was the whole focus of that real grade, right? Just make it as articulated as possible.
Yeah, took me 3 minutes to get through. 12 minutes of raw footage. I still can't forget that.
Wow.
12 minutes of raw footage condensed into 3 minutes of review.
Yeah, I don't know. It's interesting because I see like there's such a demand for better articulation, but like how good does the articulation on a kit really need to be?
For me personally, it only needs to be as good so as to accommodate the accessories. So that's
Yeah.
my whole point about the old kits being turned into melee focused units, like the Gundam GP Lasset's 10.
Hmm.
Like the whole shtick of the GPO2 was firepower, and the articulation that exists in the GPO2 mode, I would argue that it was sufficient for a firepower unit.
Yeah.
But if you talk about turning it into a melee unit, then that's another case. Same thing does kind of go for the new Xeon Gundam.
Well, that was the issue with that was more just with how disappointing the funnels were, right?
Not exactly. Like my point was, yeah, the same points that I mentioned. I don't know what others' disappointment was for the New Zeon Gundam. I know Mekagai Kotsu was just about, because it's old, it couldn't handle its weapons, so it's bad.
Hmm.
He's always about that, honestly.
Yeah.
But I don't recall any particular criticism other than it's it's old for the sake of arguing that it's old.
Yeah.
Well,
I don't know. It's
I do have an issue about it, how non Ippei Gyobu it looks, but that's a whole subjective matter, if I'm honest.
yeah.
But
But I think considering they were working with an old mold for the kit, there wasn't really much they could have done.
yeah, yeah, that's the benefit of the doubt. But in all honesty, articulation of a kit only needs to be as good as the kit needs it to be.
Yeah.
Not every kit needs to be a complete gymnast, if I'm honest. Like I could forgive the Galgu Menace if it has terrible articulation, because Luna's variants doesn't really isn't really up for like charging into people. She's more like a ranged support unit.
Hmm.
Finally, the scary head is done. If the camera can focus on it. There we go. And where's my torch?
Hey. And those effect parts are so cool.
Yeah. I'm glad I managed to fix the eye. Like it looks way better than I thought.
Ooh.
The Jovian eye.
Yeah.
I'm still kind of disappointed how we don't have a third chin for the undamaged face, but I guess if you keep it safe, then it's neither here nor there.
Yep.
It's still a bit of an annoyance, though, if I'm honest. So, what else? Ah, how convenient. It's directly on the page next to it. So, how's your progress?
It's good. I'm finishing up the backpack right now.
Nice.
Yeah. I really the high grade Hazel is such a great kit.
Yeah. Besides the
They
ball jointed
really
hips, it's definitely a good kit.
yeah. I think that like this is one I think even despite its age, they really like they got the construction right. It feels solid. There's good color separation. Not great, but good.
Yeah.
And on our point about articulation, it is good enough to do what it needs to do.
Yep. If you like it already, you're gonna like the TR1 Heisenplay.
Oh yeah, because that has different hip joints
Yeah,
and
that's different hip joints, different aesthetics, different weapons. It looks haphazard yet natural at the same time. I don't know why. Like it's basically just the TR6 Heisenplay armor slapped onto the TR1 with an additional torso on its crotch.
hey, I'm here for it.
Yeah, remind me not to get handshakes with you then. I'm joking, but you're not gonna do handshakes with people using the torso on your crotch, are you?
No.
Thank
That is one thing that I'm a little disappointed about the Heisenplay kit. or the TR1 Heisenplay specifically, is
Yeah.
that the Woundwort subarms are like that they didn't just include the parts for the Woundwort subarms and just like made it a block instead.
Yeah.
But I get it. Like the box is already humongous.
Yeah.
Gotta save on cost somewhere.
You say that. They still have a mountain of leftover parts.
I know. I think what I'm honestly gonna have to do once I finish everything in my current Advance of Zeta backlog is just look at all of the spare parts that I have and see if I can cobble together
Something.
like a semblance of a Gundam.
Yeah.
Because I'm willing to bet I can.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to what people will come up with the using the gigantic arms Gatplan parts.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Just for the 2 shield boosters, there's like 2 halves of a Hazel.
No, that is crazy.
Ridiculous.
I'm still kind of upset. And I know it's not anything I can control, but um all the P Bandai shipments being delayed.
Yeah.
I had a Titan's Color TR5 that was supposed to be delivered in April and is still somewhere.
Hmm.
Couldn't tell you where, but it's not here.
I've heard that there's some like it's a bit of a tumultuous situation with US Premium Bandai at the moment.
Yeah. I think now all pre-orders are, or at least that's what it says on their site at the moment, is that all pre-orders are currently delayed for
Hmm.
US Premium Bandai.
Yeah, that
So
sucks.
hopefully that gets resolved soon.
Hopefully.
I don't know if there's some kind of like logistics issue. Because the site was down for
A few days.
more than a few days. I
Almost
think
a
it was
week.
more than a week, yeah. And then it came back on, and they had some brand new Premium Bandai drops that nobody knew about, and so they were gone in seconds because they just weren't advertised.
Yeah. Thankfully not the Bernabius though, thank God.
Yeah.
But hopefully you'll hopefully the shipment will come soon.
Fingers crossed. I mean, I've got enough to build in the meantime, but it's one of those things where like after you order it, you're like, all right, I'd like to receive the thing that I paid for now, please.
Yeah. I guess I'm gonna do the part swap later on. So as to display the Phantom Light.
Nice.
Might as well, am I right?
Yeah.
Speaking of which, I'm still on back order for the Strom.
From Hobbylink Japan.
Yeah. I've heard that they're gonna be reissuing it on the 16th. So hopefully I'll get my copy in soon. And
Yeah, I would think they'd honor back orders before taking new orders first.
yeah. But if somebody has reviewed the Strom before me, then I might as well wait another week to see if I get the Mighty Strike Freedom in too. It would be a miracle if I could get in the Mighty Strike Freedom, but not the Strom on release. Am I right? Let's see, because I ordered the kits when the links were an hour and a half old. So fingers crossed.
Yeah.
But if not, it's gonna be fine. I have more than enough to build anyways. I still have your batch of stuff to do. Good morning, George.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious, and this might be pulling the curtain back too far, so feel free to say no, I'll keep it secret. But do you have a plan for how you're gonna do my 3D printed weapon sets and stuff?
I don't know if I'm gonna go the Warframe Duviri route again.
Okay.
I don't know. It depends. Because I have the Bandai versions built up from yesterday, so I might need to do a deeper think about it.
Hmm.
But the Zowart and the Lefert pre-production stuff, I plan to do a proper review for it.
Okay. Yeah, I mean I think those are pretty easy to do standalone,
Yeah,
especially the Zowart, since I would be kind of surprised if we ever get a proper plastic model kit of that.
10 minutes later they'll drop that.
Yeah. Just announced on Premium Bandai.
Yeah, just announced on Premium Bandai. To be honest, I sorry, I'd rather they do some IBO stuff
Yeah.
rather than G-Witch. Not because I hate G-Witch, I do hate G-Witch, but we need some more variety. We need like our IBO kit of the year.
I would be okay with more G Witch kits if they do um I don't know. Some of the designs from the other houses or stuff that only showed up for one episode.
Yeah, the Pro
Like I know a
Doros.
lot of people I was just gonna say a lot of people really liked the Prodoros.
Yeah, the Pro Doros, the Desalter.
Yeah.
Yeah. What else to release for Witch from Mercury? I thought they released everything. Not unless you count the extra suits. They can milk the Clibbery twice. But if I'm honest, they might do another weapon set for G Witch. Or just an accessory pack. Just so the Demi Barding has the shuttle that holds onto, and the Zoward has their cannons, but still no Michaelis claws.
Yeah. Yeah. They would definitely still skip the claws.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Or maybe
I don't know.
an alt helmet for the Bagheera Pente, if I'm honest.
Does it have a different head design?
Because the proper versions have no antenna.
Oh.
And of course, well, if you count the color variants, then especially that.
Yeah.
Because the Dominicus versions have no horn and a different color scheme.
Those simple color variants I think would be very easy P Bandai releases if they're ever like, hey, we want to reuse these molds.
You're very easy
Okay.
and very fair.
Yeah. Like that's a legit P Bandai release.
Yeah.
I recently finished building the Master Grade Gundam Mark V. That should not have been a P Bandai release.
Mm. Yeah. Entirely new molds shouldn't have been Premium Bandai, and especially grunts.
Yep.
And since they have locked a lot of the weapons, like I'm still rather ticked off about the Demi Garrison, because not only is it a grunts that we can easily abuse for army building, it
Mhm.
also has a ton of weapons that we don't get in any other release. So they're locking the design and a lot of weapons behind it.
If they hadn't already released like a weapon set specifically for the Demi Trainer, the Demi Garrison weapons would make another very good weapon set.
Yeah,
And one that would actually make sense.
yeah. Because they have like a short and mid barrel rifle, basically almost all of the proper weapon sets, and there's a bazooka, and of course
Yeah.
fists. In case anybody wants fists. So just a ton of weapons. Oh yeah, and it also has missile launchers as well. I forgot.
Yep. That is actually something that I do want to make 3D printable parts for is the shoulder clips that let you mount the missile launchers and other stuff.
The missile launchers are mounted onto the backpack. I'm sorry to break it to you.
Isn't it has something that's mounted onto the shoulders, right? It must.
I mean, I have the kit now, so yeah, I can
Oh.
take a look. So missile launchers mounted onto the backpack.
Okay.
Yeah, the missile launchers replace the beam sabers on the backpack. Oh. Wait a minute, no.
There's something on the shoulders, right?
It's not a weapon as far as I'm concerned. It's
Oh,
probably
okay.
extra it's probably extra boosters and stuff.
Okay.
Because you do get the quad beam Vulcan. Basically alt manipulators.
Oh, okay. Maybe that's what I was thinking of.
Yeah. It's not exactly a a good labeling system, if I'm honest.
No.
But hey, if you want to design shoulder clip weapons, it's your liberty.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's interesting that like the demi like they definitely have the like those bar clips on the shoulders are meant to be used with something.
Yeah.
So I think even if I just create something that clips onto it and gives you like a 3 millimeter port, I feel like that would be just a nice thing to have.
Yeah, absolutely. Huh. Oh yeah, I'm absolutely losing my mind. Just like the Borjarnon. Yeah, Borjarnon's probably probably a genuine premium Bandai release.
Yeah.
Prodoros looks like they came from Armored Core IR front mission, lol. Or front mission.
Kind of does.
But it's still a design some people will appreciate.
Oh yeah. I mean, it's funny. It looks like it belongs in a Gundam series far more
Yeah.
than the Black Knight squad does.
Well, to be frank, we're talking about two different universes here, so
Yeah, I know. But even in the context of Seed, and I don't mean to bash on the Seed series, but like even in the context of Seed, I think a lot of the designs are pretty conservative.
yeah.
And then you just drop in like fantasy mecha Black Knight
Yeah.
squad. And, like, who did this?
Okawara.
Yeah.
A shame Demi Garrison is the band I wanted. Yeah, I understand. Unfortunately, it received the least points in the poll, so it will be last in line.
Mhm.
But yeah, speaking of which, I'm actually quite looking forward to the Karura.
That's gonna be really cool.
Yeah, the Karura is gonna be very, very cool, especially because of its full part separation for the trims and the full set of effect parts.
Yeah.
So yeah, if only they can redo a high grade Shinanju from that. Because I still fear the moment I need to delve into reverse washing my Vice Shinanju. Bigger Penta Dominica squad color plus sniper cannon set. Oh yeah, that's the thing.
Yeah. I think somebody I don't know if they've released the files, but somebody did do the sniper cannon, like a 3D printable version of it.
That's interesting.
Yeah. Which is kind of funny because I think there's maybe like 3 or 4 frames of animation where it shows up.
Yeah,
So they
only
kind
when
of
it
had to
shot
just
down the thorn, and it's just from that one angle, and people could design a 3D printable version of that.
yeah. I mean, I think the designer had to take some liberties with how it looked just because there was so little reference, but I think they did make one.
Hmm. Look, I just want real great Direbolt.
Oh, me too.
I
That
don't
is a
care
real
how
great
much cope
icon.
I'm huffing, or RG LED Mirage from FSS, since we're talking about dreams. Yeah, real great Direbolt would be pretty cool.
Yeah.
Let's see how much they can push it from the high grade, since it's already one of the best. And that's about it. So I think I can start installing the parts.
Nice.
Seed spams a lot of Gundam designs on both protag and villains. It's good to see something that's not Gundam design. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough.
Yeah.
I get what you're coming from. It would be quite boring to see the antagonist be piloting another Gundam. So I'm not completely against the Black Knight Squad.
I think the design is interesting. The context that they live in doesn't make sense to me.
The existence of Foundation doesn't make sense in a way. Well, but they had to make a villain somehow.
Mhm.
The metallic coating might be hurting the parts like conversion. Oh, there we go.
Oh, like they're adding more resistance to the pegs and stuff.
Perhaps,
Oh,
but it's probably just my clips nails. I like IBO and W more than Seed. Yeah, fair enough. Seed designs just got a little bit stale starting from Destiny. I
yeah.
still remember Seed proper doing a lot of unique stuff. Like I still lament over how they tried to copy like the 1 Year War.
Well, that's what it was originally written to be, right? Like
Like
kind of a new take.
I mean, writing, sure, I can live with it. But when the designs start coming into play, and it's like, come on, you can do something original with your take. Like, you get what I mean?
Yeah. Like there's inspiration or like looking at a design and being like, okay, this was clearly inspired by the goof, and then just like straight up copying a goof but giving it a more angular body and being like, look, it's a goof, but in this universe.
Yeah,
Okay, this is the best we got, really?
yeah. And like, if you contrast that with the Seed proper designs, like, I'm still looking at my goon and I'm thinking that, oh yeah, that's definitely based off of the Zoc, but it's still unique.
Yeah.
Foundation Kingdom is another out of nowhere villain. Why not the Librarian as villains? Because they don't read the mangas. The Eclipse Gundam was cool. A real grade would be great. Yeah, I kind of hate that it was limited to just master grades. I would love to see a real grade of the Eclipse Gundam, but I don't think that's gonna happen. I think they're done with Eclipse.
Yeah. I agree though, real grade would be pretty neat. That is one of the few designs from Seed that I think is like, okay, they did something
Unique.
different here. Yeah. And the striker packs, the packs for it all look pretty cool too.
The maneuver striker was a little bit like a little bit ham-fisted, if I'm honest.
Okay.
But the color scheme does work with the reactor too, so that's
Yeah.
something. But the Raijin striker, that's a whole other thing. I love that striker pack. The
It's
looks of
pretty
it.
sweet with that like neon.
Yeah, and how it meshes really, really well with the alt mode.
Yeah. Yeah. Eclipse is another one of those kits where I've looked at it a bunch and been like, I think I like this enough to get it, but it's not a priority at the moment.
Yeah, fair enough. Because the frame doesn't doesn't really. First of all, it ages like milk, and it doesn't handle the striker packs well
Yeah.
because they're mostly just flatbeds that poke out towards the back.
Hmm.
Oh yeah, this is gonna be a bit troublesome. They actually recommended using like sharp tools to remove the the rear leg vents to attach the phantom light. So yeah, let's
Yikes.
see how well that goes, eh? It went surprisingly well. They actually learned what leverage is. Like the one gripe that I had with the Gundam Maxter is the clavicle extension gimmick. There's no leverage. So you either end up breaking parts or scruffing them up. By the time the review comes out, it'll make more sense, but I don't see anybody complaining about this. Like, it's. I don't know. It's such an under-addressed issue to me. Would be nice to go back to basics like original series for a bit also. Yeah, fair. I would just like to see C do more original stuff. Like, even if it has to rip off its own designs. Like, we've seen like countless variants of the strike.
Yeah, there are too many.
There are too many, but in all honesty, I would love to see someone make a proper Gale Strike conversion kit. Like there is a 3D printable Gale Strike conversion kit, but it's not complete. Like what I mean is it's not completely the Gale Strike. All it has is like the new shoulders and striker pack, but there's more
Mhm.
changes like the face plates and the extended knee joints, that sort of stuff. Albeit yes, it was made for an entry grade. So there's nothing much they could have done, but I would have liked to see somebody make a more comprehensive version of the Gale Strike for a 1 to 144 scale kit. Because that version is just badass. And to be honest, some of the Librarian Works designs need more love. Okay. Kind of boring if Black Knight Squad is a Gundam face again. I like how they done this. It lured me to buy them in high grade anyway. If you like them despite the engineering flaws, then cool. More power to
Yeah.
you. I just hate that the backpacks come loose so easily. But otherwise, they're very cool designs, very cool kits.
I mean, the great thing about Gundam is that not every design is going to be for everybody, but there probably is something out there that satisfies just about everybody's taste.
Yeah. And I'm tired of reusing. I'm tired of reusing Freedom design so much. Same. Um, Seed has more original mech than Seed does. That's my point, Revan. Like, instead of ripping off the 1 year war entirely, why not just continue on their own like original designs? Kind of wish they re-released. Kind of wish they released Master Grade or new high grades of CQ and Gwei's Staff's Mobile season 1 are better. Yeah, they're clearly inspired by Zaku's, but still, they're their own thing. What would be the next entry grade? Entry grade Strike is sold well that Bandai released 2 option sets for it. Maybe the new Gundam expansion sets. Maybe they're gonna be like sitting back, watching, like sitting at their offices, laughing at the people who are gullible enough to buy the high grade new just for the fin funnels for the entry grade, and like, yeah, we're gonna release an expansion set now.
That would be so mean.
Yeah. Or like, if I have to be realistic, maybe the next original option sets is probably going to be the proper gun barrel striker pack.
Oh, the one that aren't they including that in the Gundam Breaker 4 like special edition?
That's why I said the original gun barrel striker pack.
Yep.
Because, well, special colors, not my thing. Way too expensive for the collector's edition. But here we are, the Phantom Light with the Ghost Gundam.
Man, that is so cool.
Yep. And I'm glad I did the Jovian Eye now. I wouldn't say any damage to the finish was worth it, but still, it looks so cool.
Yeah.
And like I said, if I can get my acrylics to work, then I will be painting all of the FF parts in like a fluorescent purple. Entry grade Zeta without transformation for stability. No. Probably a real grade, not real grade, an entry grade Zaku.
That would make a lot of sense.
Yeah. Ugh.
I feel like they could probably also get away with a like an entry grade Gundam Mark II. That would be pretty safe.
Yeah. Yeah. Hopefully they
They're
don't.
really. Sorry, go ahead.
Hopefully they remember to make it compatible with the G Defensor.
Yep.
What were you gonna say?
I was having this conversation with someone at my local build night, and there really, it doesn't seem like there is a bad version of the Mark II in kit form, which is pretty incredible.
Yeah, I don't remember if it's what with you that I discussed this with, but the Gundam Mark II seems to always be a good entry point to Gundam because all of the kits in every grade that it's released in are solid.
Yeah.
Granted, I still need to try and experience the real grade at some point.
It's a great kit.
Yeah, have high hopes for
I
it.
have I have the Titans color.
I would want the Titans color in real grade because I have the AU one in high grade.
Oh yeah, there you go. Yeah, no, it's like real grade feels great. The high grade Revive I'm using a little bit of as the base for my Tequila Gundam conversion. Also feels great. The Master Grade 2.0 is one of the most solid master grades I've ever built. Perfect grade looks like it's aged a little bit, but you know, still probably a great kit too.
Yeah. And as wonky as it is, here we are. Fully armed. Yeah, the Mark II real grade comes in both Titans and AU colors. They release simultaneously. And Trigger Unicorn would be funny. Yeah,
Oh
just
my
destroy mode. I don't want another unicorn.
Honestly, they could, if they just made the mega size, high grade size, that would pretty much be entry grade unicorn right there, right?
Yeah, basically. A straight Mirage frame, anyone? They need to do more like seed MSV designs, period. Not just the Mirage frame. What's the best unicorn? I would argue Fenix.
Ooh, the best unicorn. Fenix is definitely, I mean, it's the flashiest by far. The best, though? I think I gotta go Luminous Crystal version.
Wow, that's unexpected.
Best, I'm going in terms of looks.
Okay, fair enough.
Because, like, they all build exactly the same.
Yeah. Huh.
Um, I am very excited to eventually get around to build my perfect grade Banshee Norn, though.
Wow. Good luck with that.
It's it'll be my second perfect grade ever.
Wow.
First one was the double O riser.
Oh yeah, you mentioned it like the most annoying kit possible.
Oh my gosh. Like I understand that it's hard to do, or it's hard, yeah. It's hard to test out new ideas on perfect grades because I'm sure their development time is just so long. But a lot of the things a lot of the choices they made on the perfect grade double O riser were just bad.
Yeah. The noisy G and Drysdale one.
Yeah. Cool that they spun, but yeah, very noisy and rattly. The knees, the elbows, the shoulders all had these like locking joints that you have to push in to actuate.
I think I vaguely remember that from the OG Gunpla reviewers.
Yeah.
I'll have to see more reviews though, like from Robert 184.
Oh yeah, I forgot about his reviews were great too.
Yeah, and I've actually been going back to them for quite a while just for the nostalgia trip.
Huh. Yeah, he was a good one. I
Yeah.
kind of miss that old crew sometimes.
What do you mean?
Not to
Oh,
say that, you and Zaku Aurelius and um who else? Liam's Hobby Room. You guys are doing great work.
we all miss the old times. Don't worry.
Yeah.
Finally, the flame rifles are very troublesome to set up because of the awkward angle of the handle. But here we go.
So cool.
Yeah, I like how they upgraded the side skirts to be like extra guns. Unfortunately, they didn't come with like an effect part like the Robot Damashi version, where it's actually an irregular beam firing out. So either improvise with this or live without it. But this looks cool. Like just fire
Yeah.
gushing out of your rifle.
Those effect parts by themselves, I think, make the kit worth the price.
Yeah. And the silver coating, if you're not overzealous with your modifications, yeah. You go, I mean model kit. Real grade Banshee Norn, I guess? I don't know. It's either in the Master Grade Extreme or any of the real grade variants. And From there, it really just depends on your preferences.
Mm-hmm.
Right, so I'll get the block done. Because this thing does transform. And we can, like, chill out for a bit before I end the stream.
Sweet.
If I can find the right page. Seriously, 19 runners on this high grade, and there's so many pages on the on the instruction manuals. RG Banshee, yeah. Perfectibility, luminous crystal, they do the perfectibility for every single grade, even SD, but just master grade and high grade for the crystal luminous body version. That's odd. It's hard to do the luminous crystal for an SD. Like the closest thing you can get to a luminous crystal SD is the RX-0 Maru.
A perfect grade luminous crystal would be pretty sweet.
Yeah, that would completely defeat its point.
I mean, it would defeat the purpose of that, like the Unchained mode,
Yeah.
which I don't really get anyway.
I mean, extra opening panels is satisfying for my ADHD, but apart from that, I don't know. Whoops. I want entry grade freedom. I don't want another freedom.
But Seed is performing so well right now. That means you want more kits of everything from Seed, right?
No. And I mean, I only genuinely mean the vanilla freedom. Like if they do release more variants of the freedom, then sure, I might as well check them out. But I don't want to say the same script 13 times over. Like I've done it 3 times already as it is.
Yeah.
Like I've done it for the GCP, the real grade freedom, and there's an upcoming high grade freedom Redux review down the line. And I really don't want to do the same script again. But hey, if they manage to make the Freedom Gundam more accessible to builders, then sure. If they manage to simplify the mechanics to which it wouldn't compromise the actual fun. Because I feel like do you feel like the universal standard is actually somewhat of a compromise for kits?
In what sense? Like being able to swap legs and arms and backpacks and stuff?
Like they've made this whole universal standard for high grades during the All Gundam projects just so you can
Yeah.
easily customize your kits. But that means like you cannot be really creative with your designs just because you have to conform to that design, that standard.
I don't know though, because I think they've standardized some things like how the limbs generally connect together,
Yeah.
but like elbows, knees, ankles, those smaller connection points can be very different across kits.
Yeah, no, I mean, like, you can't exactly design a high grade Zoc in the current day and age with keeping that universal standard in mind, could you?
Okay, yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
You could. I think it would just maybe make it a little odd.
Yeah. So I feel like the conformation to the design to a standard is kind of, I wouldn't say it's bad because it's good for like baby customizers, but it's kind of limiting in a way.
I think it's maybe a case of like establishing rules so that most of the time it's easy to design a new kit. And
Yeah.
then when they come upon a design where those rules need to be broken, they can just break the rules.
Maybe because well, G Witch is a completely new design philosophy anyway.
Yeah.
So it's not like they're like,
Geometry they use a lot of stuff that I think was, it seems like the 30 minutes lines have been equal parts like brand new intellectual property and also Bandai just testing how to standardize more connectors.
Yeah. You did the MGSD Freedom? No, I haven't. I don't plan to. Like my part of the reason why is because I don't want to do another Freedom Gundam. But another reason why, because if I'm gonna go collect SDs, I'm gonna collect SD originals. So the one that I'm looking at currently is the Maru Kenshi Zero Gundam. So I found it in like Japan Cool from a UK website. So whenever I saved up enough, I might as well pick up a batch of SDs from there, just to keep the SD train going. And plus, I have like a lot more to review because of some circumstances. I bet you know what I'm talking about, Weston.
SD reviews?
Yeah.
Do I? Oh, that, yeah.
Yeah. I'm not gonna spoil it for anybody who doesn't get the context,
Yeah.
because I bet barely anybody remembers that thing. But hey, I'm excited to get to it, so long as I understand how to work around like painting ABS plastic, because that's the one thing I fear.
It's not that. What is the issue with it?
I don't know. It's like some different substances compromising the plastic, something like that.
Oh, okay, yeah. I've heard stories of like, yeah, Tamiya panel liners eating through certain kinds of plastics, like
Yeah,
stuff like that.
yeah. Panel like the standard fine tip Gundam marker would not do that, but then there's also the issue of I don't know, painting and top coats. I don't know whether or
Yeah.
not that would eat through the entire kit.
I mean, I think that's a case where even before you get to do like before you get into any like color corrective painting, you just seal it with a clear coat.
Might as well. Well, it's worth you. It's worth doing research into it before I do anything.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So I'll probably do that before I have my fun. Enamel paints issue. Yeah, I've heard enamels will eat through like ABS plastic very easily.
Mhm.
But thankfully, my primary paints are not enamel, so thank God for that. And the Gundam design needs to be easy to animate and build. Yeah, fair enough. But I mean,
Yeah.
well, the Zoc doesn't move around anyway, so it's very easy to animate, I might argue. And yep, I did forget to put in one shoulder joint. Stupid. I wonder who transforms their Phantom Gundam anyway. But yeah, that's the block. That's it. So does the band have the Crossbone X0 instruction manual?
That bad. Oh, Dalong?
Yeah, Dalong. Not that bad.
Um,
I'm clearly delirious at the moment. If Dalong has it, I'm building the shotgun.
let's see. That would be. I'm looking right now.
Sure, thanks.
The X0.
Yeah, the X0. Doesn't matter which.
Not the master grade.
Club G section.
Yeah. I think he might only have the master grade.
Oh, that's a shame.
Yeah.
And I don't have my entire booklet of instruction manuals with me. I really want to build the shotgun though. I'm gonna take a look at the. I'm gonna have a quick Google search after I finish the flame sword effect parts.
It's got to be out there somewhere.
Yeah, it's gotta be. Where's my mouse?
And we'll land those parts. All right. All I have to do is paint the eyes and sensors and stuff, and then I will be able to start on the next part of the Hazel Raw second form.
Nice.
Revan, yeah, it's the X0 high grade crossbone.
I think I might have found something. Yep.
Found it?
Yep. Gundam's
Nice.
blog saving my ass once again. Alright, so let's get that shotgun built. Ah. I find it very generous of them to just leave one weapon behind. Just because you need that one gray piece for the Kujaku.
They're definitely not shy about including entire runners just for one part. That's for sure.
I'm so not looking forward to that part when I'm gonna be dealing with the my gigantic arms got plant.
Yeah.
I'm so not looking forward to that.
That's a little silly.
Yeah. Just for 2 shield boosters. Whoop. And yeah. Thankfully you weren't in the stream yesterday.
Why? What happened?
My camera kept overheating.
Oh no.
Yeah, so I had to put on like those fever patches on it.
Wow.
And it was mostly because I was recording the Maxter before I started the stream, so it's probably that and the outside heat that caused
Okay.
it to overheat a lot.
You having some warm weather over there right now?
Warm for UK standards, yeah. But it doesn't help that the insulation is so great I'm sweating in my room.
Wow.
So yeah, there's no difference.
So part of yesterday's stream was audio only.
A bit until I gave in and included the fever patch,
Okay,
and that lasted quite a while until the
nice.
camera just decided that a full fever patch is not gonna do it anymore. It just shut down towards the end of the stream.
Jeez.
Yeah. Here we go. A full extra, if I can get my, if I can get my stream overlay back. So here we are. A full shotgun. So yeah, I guess we can give the crossbow ghost some extra weapons if we want to. And who will say no to an extra double-barreled shotgun? Let's be honest. We seriously don't have enough of these in Gundam.
No. Like other than the camphor?
The camphor is a pump action, not a double-barreled one.
Oh.
The camphor shares the Ifrit one as well, so I don't know which came first, but same model.
Yeah.
The MGSD Barbatos looks pretty cool. Yeah. Japan Cool isn't shut down. Gunpla is cheaper. No. Gunpla is about the same price in Hong Kong and Japan, so it's relatively low cost to buy Gunpla in Hong Kong. Yeah, Ghost Gundam looks nice enough along the way. The full set of pictures for P-Band and Standard Gyan Strom is revealed with standard issue Bololo A used by everyone else. Nice, so they're releasing the Bololo A with both missile launchers on the back. Good luck with the stickers. But we're not getting recolors we can easily paint, but people insist not to get another linear gun. Yeah, there's no other choice. Yeah. For Ghost Gundam is my favorite design. Oh, that's nice to know. I thought the Ghost Gundam used fists as a weapon like God of Burning. No, it doesn't. It uses the flame swords, flame rifles, the Kujaku, and that's it. One thing about these effect parts, though, they should have retooled the skirt effect parts for the Ghost. They did that for the Robot Damashi, but these parts are made to fit onto the Phantom's side skirts, not the Ghost.
Huh.
As a result, they feel a little bit like they don't look flush and they feel a little bit loose because they don't grip as well. But that's basically the Phantom done, so we can chill out for a little bit before we would end the stream.
Sounds good.
Yeah. We'll chill for a little while longer. And yeah, last call for comments actually. How about the shotgun from HG Strike Expansion 1? What do you mean by that? I'm gonna have a look.
Shotgun from HG Strike expansion? Is that a thing? I know they just announced some new like builder campaign parts.
Yeah, but isn't that a beam? Yeah, there is like a gun that I don't recognize from the weapon sets.
Okay.
I don't know if that's a beam rifle with a grenade launcher or actually a double barrel shotgun. But the design looks like a G Gundam or Bill fighter lol. It's the crossbone. It's the crossbone designs. It's the Jupiter Empire. We could expect anything to come out from them.
Yeah, crossbone designs get pretty wacky.
Yeah. The Astray of the Universal Century. Touche. Is this the Ghost Gundam new? I thought already. No, the Ghost Gundam is new. The one that I reviewed is the Phantom Gundam. So Basically, the Phantom Gundam got heavily damaged defending something from a nuclear attack, and then it has to be repaired into the Ghost Gundam to fight during the remainder of Crossbone Ghost. So, yes, technically I've already reviewed it, but there are some differences that are worth delving into. No, the Ghost Gundam isn't just a recolor. It has a different face, surface detail, minute, different side skirts, and different backpack. The backpack actually has a scissor anchor to house the Kujaku in mobile armor mode. So there are quite a few differences here and there, which is why the 19 runners. But yeah, Ghost is at $80 US. So
Wow.
yeah, it's crazy. Okay, by the way, one last thing I want to ask for the stream. So, would you guys like me to save the Hajiroboshi second form and Demi Garrison for a stream, or should I just build them on my own? Because yeah, I've been holding off on building them for quite a while now, and since stuff needs to get going, well, granted, they're not going to be coming until I finish the Anavata and and the Ghost. So I don't know. So would you guys like to see me build those kits on stream, or would you rather me just build them on my own and get the videos out as soon as I could? And while I wait for responses, I might as well just browse the internet. So nothing else better to do at 1:30 in the morning.
Oh my gosh, yeah. Oh man, I just broke a peg.
Oh no, what did you do?
It's one on the Hazel's like camera mohawk, so it's really not that big a deal.
Yeah, you can just glue that on.
Yep.
Off-screen build. I'm all for more build stream. I think I have no strong opinions on that. Okay, so it's up to me. And if you guys are like okay with me streaming on a weekday, then sure, I might as well stream sometime during the week when I feel like it, if I'm honest. So that's basically gonna wrap it up for the stream. Although I don't think Weston is done with his Hazel Raw second form.
I got a long way to go on this thing.
Yeah, you have double hoodoos. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm good to wrap up.
Yeah, so yeah, let's wrap things up. So that's gonna wrap it up for the stream, and depending on how I feel during the week, I might or might not stream the Hajiroboshi second form and Demi Garrison build in one video. Of course, yeah, it does depend on my mood and my schedule because I have a lot of videos and my master's dissertation to take care of. But yeah, I guess you guys will see the notification for a stream if I do feel like doing one. So yep, I guess I will work on the Anavata first. Unfortunately, I need to paint that as well. The Ghost, I believe I can get that done and knocked out very quickly because it's just a color variant. But otherwise, yeah, I don't know how to wrap it up. So still have a full slate, and that's basically it. So, do you have anything you would like to say before I end the stream?
Um, yeah, I mean, thank you for having me on again. It's always fun to hop on the stream and talk Gundam stuff. Uh, for anybody who may be interested in 3D printed kits, which I think MJ recently got a pretty big box of a bunch of designs from me. You can find all of those on Etsy if you search Weston Harris Design. And I also have some files available too on Cults 3D if you 3D print stuff yourself.
Right. So that about wraps it up for the stream. And like I said, if I feel like streaming, you'll see the notification. If not, I'll just build the remaining P-band icons myself. But anyways, thank you all so much for hopping by, and thank you all so much for sticking through, even though I messed up my, my silver coating. I'm sorry. But yeah, look forward to the reviews, and thank you all so much for popping by, and I'll see you all next time. Good night. And my camera just died. Perfect timing, eh?